Operations Services Committee meeting. If I can have a roll call.
Ms. Hannah?
Yes.
Mr. McBride? Yes. Mr. Riddle?
Present.
Ms. Callahan Wozniak?
Here.
Ms. Leguizamo?
Present.
Ms. Gonzalez?
Here.
Mr. Ewing?
Here, so we do have a quorum. Would like us to go into, we're at number 3A, approval of the meeting minutes for January 18th, 2021 OSC meeting. Do I have a motion to approve?
Mr. Riddle, I so move we approve those minutes.
Motion by Mr. Riddle,
I second.
second by Ms. Gonzalez. All in favor signify with aye. Or any questions or comments on the minutes?
Yeah, can we get our minutes? I looked at the minutes, and in our discussion, the discussion items, none of that was captured, and we need to keep concise notes and minutes based on what each board member is asking and saying, so that in the future, if anybody goes back, they can see what the conversation was and not just discussion items, and nothing is there.
So were there specific changes that you wanted to make to the minutes?
No, I mean, the whole discussion part is.
So I'm asking
blank.
Ms. Hannah, do you want to hold this over and have them go back and rewrite them? Do you want to make edits or suggestions?
Well, I'm just asking that from here on out,
Yes, ma'am.
okay, you know, I mean, I mentioned it before, but from here on out, the minutes need to reflect the discussions that we are having on particular specific issues and items that are on the agenda.
Okay, so we got a motion and a second and a request by Board Member Hannah, not to go retroactively, but in the future, to make sure that it captures additional commentary or comments. Roll call vote, please.
Ms. Callahan Wozniak?
Yes.
Ms. Leguizamo?
Yes.
Ms. Hannah?
Yes.
Mr. McBride? Yes. Mr. Riddle?
Yes.
Ms. Gonzalez?
Yes.
Mr. Ewing?
Yes, item approved, motion carries. We're now at our information items for possible board action. 5A, asbestos abatement at WHS Brookside Pool Room.
Good evening, members of the board, superintendent, staff, and community. So our first agenda item for information is asbestos abatement at Waukegan High School Brookside Campus Pool Room. You see a description noted here. This is a retroactive approval that the operations department is requesting. This work has been completed on the water heater that services that area. Asbestos containing material was damaged due to a leak, so we abated that and addressed that situation. For these information items, this one as well as the other two, we do have staff in the audience who are here for any specific questions that you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Moulton.
So this was already done?
Yes, ma'am. Upon reviewing the notes to process the invoice, the operations team thought that we had brought this forward. We discovered that we actually hadn't brought this forward to the board, so we're bringing it here. This was an emergency situation that needed to be addressed. So again, we're bringing it now to make sure that we're following procedure.
Okay, and in your description, oh, okay, I do see an emergency. From what fund did the funds come from?
So all emergency work is paid through the Life Safety Fund, Health Life Safety Fund, if it's approved through the processes with the Board of Education, Regional Office, and Illinois State Board of Education.
Mr. Moulton, can I just clarify something too? The amount there, $44,490, that was just the asbestos abatement, not the repair of the actual leaking water heater? Is that correct?
That's correct. So that's the abatement, the consultant fees, as well as, and the invoice is attached to the agenda item, the asbestos contractor to do the removals.
Wow.
So where's the total cost of it?
That's the total cost for the abatement that's on the agenda item.
Okay, but as Mr. Riddle stated, you're gonna have to replace the water heater as well?
Yeah, thank you, Ms. Handler. The reason we didn't reflect the repair of the water heater here is because that was done by in-house district staff. But we could not perform the abatement in-house.
Okay, and you said something about consultants or something?
Yes, so our asbestos consultant, we have a district asbestos consultant that's required to be a part of all of our asbestos projects. We have to document the asbestos that's damaged, that's removed. We have to do air sampling to make sure a space is able to be reoccupied once the abatement is completed, and they manage those samples. And the paperwork with the Illinois Department of Public Health on behalf of the district.
And how much did we have to pay him or her?
So that invoice for this project was $7,630, and that's within the total cost of the agenda item.
The 44, it's included in there.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
All right, next item 5B.
So 5B is a reminder to the Board of Education regarding GPS devices within district vehicles. We originally brought this forward in the fall. We did follow through with 2 readings of Board Policy 3509. Our legal department has worked with their legal counsel since October of 2021 to finalize this agreement. We do have a document ready to bring forward for board approval, a 5-year agreement with a value of $13,680 on an annual basis, and this will allow us to track our district vehicles for a variety of reasons, particularly to ensure that they're being used appropriately per the updated policy that the board approved in November.
Any questions? 5C, amendment number 2 to the board resolution, annual waiver of facility use fees for certain nonprofit organizations.
The district is recommending that a Bigger World Foundation, who is currently working at John Lewis Middle School, be added as Amendment 2 to the board resolution for the annual waiver of facility use fees for certain nonprofits. We want to make sure that this organization can continue their work. Mr. Clary has been working with them diligently so that they have a specific MOU for their purpose. Unfortunately, representatives from the company could not be here this evening, but we do have Ms. Schaefer here in the audience. If you have programmatic questions about their organization, she would be happy to answer them. They will have representatives here at the board meeting next Tuesday, as we will plan to bring this amendment forward for board approval.
Board President?
Go ahead, Mr. Ray.
Mr. Moten, I just have one question. I don't have any question about the Bigger World Foundation, but I just wanted to clarify that all of the non-for-profits that are listed on the resolution, some of them are paying a fee, so not all fees are waived. Is that correct? I just want to clarify that. We're just waiving some of the fees that they've asked for. Is that correct?
So these are the organizations listed on page 2. Item 3, these are organizations that have requested fees be waived for their events, either in full or in part.
Yes.
But the standard waivers that they have requested over the years, some are requesting 100%, some are just requesting space or tables and chairs. We're maintaining that for consistency within this resolution on what they would normally request. So it's not 100% for everybody, but for some it is.
Thank you. That's the clarification I wanted. Thanks.
And for this particular organization, it would be 100% of use fees for the middle school program that they're doing.
Thank you.
I would like to request that every organization that we're waiving fees for come and give us a some information as opposed to who they really are and what they're doing.
Right.
Thank you, Mr. McBride. With the concurrence of the superintendent, we can arrange for those organizations to come and give updates to the Board of Education. Ms. Shaver, is there anything you wanted to say on this organization's behalf?
May I?
Hi, everyone. Good evening. This foundation has been working with our kids for a little bit. 100% of the students they work with are John Lewis students, all males. Mostly, well, the great thing about this organization, they're working with our kids who are struggling with behaviors, grades, and attendance. Virtually 100% are struggling in one or more of those areas. And They come every day, they check in with the kids on grades, they give a lot of incentives for them to earn grades and for them to just, be an effective part of the school. They are taking all the students in their program with all A's, B's, and C's, no D's or F's, to a Bucks game in a couple weeks. They get them things like shoes that they need, and it's really done a lot to pump up the guys and make some connections with some of our students who were having trouble connecting with school before. They also do some tutoring with them and provide them other enrichment. They did an art show last summer, other things like that. So it's really a great group of guys. There they are in the picture, and if you came and watched them even for a few days, you would wish we could replicate at all 5 middle schools. They're really a great organization. And 100% of the kids go to John Lewis, work with them. Any questions for me, I'd be happy to answer.
I have one. They definitely is a great organization, but I want to ask, since we're talking about it, so this here is just for the young men, right?
They do want to branch out with the females soon, but right now they're just working with the boys, yes.
And that's a good thing, but something that you board need to take into consideration. When we taking a program like that into a school, we got to think about all students and not just one section of students. Because that right there sometimes can make kids feel there's a difference, if you understand what I'm saying. So it's a beautiful thing what you guys done, because I've been up there. It's an awesome program. It's doing some great things with those young men, but those young ladies need something up there too. Fast.
They do have a group of girls, I just want to make sure they are trying to include the girls in many of the things. So the ladies on the girls basketball team will be going with to the Bucks game provided they meet the grade criteria. So they are beginning to reach out and do a little bit more with that. I'm sorry, I came up front because any other questions?
Yeah, so do you know if, I know they came in about a year ago, right? So do you know if they have a remote option?
This all started in remote. Sorry, Nick. This all started in remote, so it came from having a place for some of our kids who were losing during remote instruction during 2020 and then in 2021. And it's just a guy from our school who felt bad for the kids. He worked as a para in the tech, our computer para, who worked with this organization, get some church space for them to actually attend school all together with him, because he was losing track of the kids he was mentoring, and this all grew from that. So, yeah, there is a remote option.
And I saw some statistics, I believe, on page 3 of the brochure that's being highlighted on the screen here. Is that John Lewis's statistics, or do you know if that is a different, oh, there it is, on that very same page he's at.
I didn't
they're
put
not
this
here,
flyer
but-
together. If I had to guess, I would guess they were John Lewis statistics, but I can't be for sure.
And that's why it's really important that the actual organization comes and presents their services to the Board of Education.
Absolutely, Ms. Hannah. Earlier in the agenda item, I did state that the representative from the organization wasn't able to be here this evening, which is one of the reasons why Ms. Schaefer is here, but they are planning on coming at the board meeting next week if we can arrange for them to give a brief presentation of their services. But we didn't want to delay moving forward with this, even though they couldn't be here this evening.
Thank you. Those are all my questions, Board President.
Thank you, Deputy Moon. Thank you, Ms. Schaefer.
You too.
You too.
All right, next up are reports. So I'll hit them one by one in case there are questions from either the community or the public. So 6A is the treasurer's report. 6B is the student activity and convenience accounts report.
There's some of the accounts that have zero balances, and I just was wondering about those zero balances, and are they are the groups with the zero balances, are they active Are they doing fundraisers and that? Okay, that's number one. And I also looked at all of the, I guess you can say the, I'm gonna use, for lack of a better word, the endowment funds, the trust funds, and all of those. And are we actively using those trust funds for the students and what they were originally put there for by the benefactor?
Okay. Okay, for the first one, most of the accounts that are zero are new accounts that we created, the school asked for. So they are active, but they have not did fundraisers or anything yet due to the pandemic. So, but some of them are new accounts. There are some older ones, but we research it every year. And if they've been dormant for a long period of time, we do, collapse that account per se, because it's not being utilized. So we do look at the accounts on a daily basis, So to the second one, your trust funds, I don't know if I can really answer that because I understand your question, but I don't know how to answer it.
Okay, thank you. For your honesty, thank you.
You're welcome.
Board President, board members, superintendent, yes, we are utilizing those endowment funds. Ms. Patty has asked us on an annual basis to give scholarships out to students. So we are using it for their intended purposes. Mr. Luosa is the custodian for the district. He forwards the information to the foundation, and the foundation releases the checks to the schools.
Through all of the numbers of trust funds that we have?
We have, I think, two of them, right? Rippenberger and Allen Lawson. Yeah, and those amounts have declined over the years.
What were the rest of those that were listed there?
It's a heading, but most of those are just from the schools. They're still fundraisers, principals, accounts. It's just a labeling. But the actual foundation accounts are those two, where we have to go external and get approval to use them.
And so maybe if you just want to speak to that process, because I know a few years ago it wasn't being utilized, but we actually have to go and provide proof in order to expend those funds. So if you can expound on that.
Yes, that is correct. Those two particular accounts, when they were created under a foundation, and it predates me. I don't know if it predates Mr. Losa. But in order for us to utilize those, and for some years we were not using them, you are correct, Board President. And the board encouraged us to reach out to the foundation and distribute the funds to students. I think one of them is, or if not both of them, are for music.
Yeah.
Yes, they're both for music. And so, as I've said, we have to, Mr. Lewis is the custodian. He's been appointed. He has to contact either one of those foundation, get authority to issue the checks, and then the checks are sent to the schools, not to the students.
Mm-hmm.
And the board did approve those disbursements. It's in a board agenda item.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Ms. Polk.
You're welcome.
And 6C. Seeing as there are no questions, I would now like to call for a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Riddle, second by Ms. Leguizamo. All in favor signify with aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, nay. Meeting is adjourned. If we can continue straight into our student operations meeting. Student achievement meeting, I'm sorry. All right, so I'd like to call to order the February 15, 2022 Student Achievement Meeting. If I can have a roll call, please.
Ms. Gonzalez,
Yes.
Mr. Riddle,
Present.
Mr. McBride, Ms. Hannah,
Yes.
Ms. Leguizamo,
Present.
Ms. Callahan Wozniak,
Here.
President Ewing.
Here. All right, we are now, all board members, we do have a quorum. So we're going to move right into 3A, approval of the meeting minutes for January 18, 2022. Do we have a motion to approve?
So moved.
Motion by Ms. Leguizamo,
Second.
second by Mr. Riddle. Any comments, questions, corrections to the minutes? All in favor signify with aye. Aye. Any opposed, nay. Minutes are approved. And now we are at our information items for possible board action. 5A, MDF project final phase, second fiber optic pathway.
So, good evening, Board President, Superintendent, board members, community, colleagues. So, we have a number of information items available for you here. I have Dr. Cuevas available to answer any questions about item A.
I just want to say, I guess, kudos publicly to Dr. Cuevas. We've been moving towards this and working on this, I feel like, since I joined the board. It's been at a tremendous expense to the district and to taxpayers, but it is moving us into the future as we talk about making sure that we have connectivity at our buildings and that we have failover systems. Again, I know we've been working on this for a long time. I'm glad that we are in our final phase, but I appreciate that this work continued through the pandemic. And if I'm not mistaken, Dr. Cuevas, this is on schedule with our timeline.
It is on schedule.
Yeah.
I,
Tell us what you're talking about. We can't read the board.
Sorry, so item A is the MDF project final phase. It's a second fiber optic pathway. So I have Dr. Cuevas here who can expand on that. I can't see the screen either without my glasses, so I understand.
And I'm sorry, one second. Ms. Vukovic, you said they aren't paper agendas in the back? Okay. Okay, I'm sorry. No, I was stopping because I wanted to make sure if they weren't that they put those out there. So thank you. Go ahead, Dr. Cuevas.
Good evening, President Ewing, Superintendent, board members, and community members. This agenda item is a continuation of the MDF failover project. We started this project 3 years ago, and the idea is to have redundancy. In the case that our primary fiber connection fails, that it actually happens in the past, that we're going to have a backup line that we can fail over the Ethernet connection to all the buildings.
So just for the sake of people who might not understand what an MDF room is, can you briefly describe an MDF room?
Yes, the MDF room is the data room. This is where we host all the data for all the software that we have in the district. All the student information is phone system, databases, firewall, all the emails that go through our network is basically, they're hosted in this MDF. And this is where we have all the servers. This is where we have all the backups for our data. And for this project, we have the primary MDF here in Lincoln Center, and we have a second one at Brookside campus.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Cuevas.
All right. If there aren't any other questions on 5A, we're going to move to 5B, which is Macaw Elementary Amplifier purchase. Information.
Okay, so I do have Area Superintendent Clarence Berry here to answer any questions regarding this item.
It's from Macaw.
Yes, this is from Macaw.
What? Why couldn't the principal?
She is here as well.
I didn't.
She is
Yes,
here.
she's here.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, she's
I'm sorry. As I said earlier, I don't have my glasses on, so I can't see everyone.
okay. Yes.
Thank
So
you.
I apologize.
Thank
Had I known you were in the office, I would have, or in the room, I would have called you. Here you go.
The infamous Miss
Good
Miss
evening,
May.
board.
Blue ribbons.
How are you all? Any questions?
No, I just was wondering if it was for your school.
Yes.
Yeah, and, you know, of what is Amplifier and how it helps the kids.
So the CKLA knowledge is the comprehension component to the same CKLA knowledge that we purchased for the phonics piece that we've been using. And so it aligns strongly with the curriculum maps. And in fact, a lot of the themes were taken right from CKLA. So some of our grade levels have been using it. And so we just want to continue to use it as supplementary for reading support and as well as enrichment, as well as utilizing it in summer school and in after school programs.
Thank you. Sounds great.
Can I quickly ask here, does this also, is this implemented in our dual and bilingual classes as well? Okay.
So that's the great part about CKLA. There is a Spanish component to it, and they do have it in Spanish. So yes, it is available in Spanish, and that's a part of this order here.
Great, thank you for that.
All right. If there are any other questions on that item, we're going to move down to 5C, which is a Lion Magnet furniture purchase.
Thank you, Principal May.
And again, these are coming from SBB budget funds, but this is the actual expenditure for Lion Elementary School.
Wow. Thank you for raising your hand and making it easier to see you. So I have Principal Price here who can expand on this purchase.
Good evening, Board, Superintendent. Last year, we were, with our SBB funds, we were able to purchase student desks and chairs, which really changed the aesthetics of the building. And now we want to do the same thing for our teachers by giving them new desks and new chairs. One of the things that the teachers really wanted was additional storage. There's not enough storage, not all the desks lock for them to store their personal belongings, so that's what this purchase is. That's what the request for this purchase is.
Thank you, Principal Price. Go ahead, Ms. Leguizamo.
Yeah, I just have a statement. Just wanted to say thanks for the consideration on the chairs. I don't know if you saw the question that I sent out on the consideration in regards to removing the arm handles if possible. So thank you for that.
Yeah, no problem.
And did we go through the warehouse? Mr. Moulton helped me where we purchase items from, like the clearinghouse or whatever, or did we just use a private vendor? Because did we go through the state to get the furniture?
Yes, ma'am. So this vendor is a vendor that we've been using we've been using the last 2 to 3 years. This purchasing contract is something that's been on previous purchasing contracts for furniture. So we're staying consistent with that, and this furniture series, Ms. Price, correct me if I'm wrong, matches the student furniture that they got with their recent purchase.
And it's through the state.
Yeah, it's through a purchasing contract that's been pre-approved. Yes.
Okay.
These desks look, is that rollers they're on?
They're on rollers so they can easily move as well, and then the rollers lock. So that way when they are into the location that they need to be, they can stay stable.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Principal Price.
All right. We are now at the Waukegan High School Chromebook purchase.
These, so Area Superintendent Amanda Patty is not available today, so I do have Dr. Cuevas here. But this order was, I believe it was for the diverse learners. So do you want to, were you here to speak to that? Sure. Come on up. Then, yep, sorry.
That's okay. Good evening, Board President, Superintendent, Board, and community members. I can give quite a bit of background on this. So there's quite a few reasons in this purchase. It was in our building-based budget, but the costs for the purchases are above the $25,000. So the Diverse Learner Department uses Read 180, Math 180 programs for the bottom, like 1 percentile of our students as an intervention to really kind of double up and really give them very intense instruction in those areas. When we first started the program, we were not a one-to-one Chromebook district, and so we had desktop computers in there for students to use because there's a software component. And the ones that we have are no longer functional, and they have Chromebooks, so they should be able to do the work on their own and bring their Chromebook. They're also high school students, so sometimes they forget them, they don't have them. So we would like to have a few Chromebooks in those classrooms specifically that stay there, so that if a student does not have their Chromebook, it's not charged, whatever, they are still having access to their curriculum. There is also, part of that item is there's a testing cart, so diverse learners take a lot of different assessments and are progress monitored sometimes more frequently than other students. General education students at Brookside did have a testing cart that was made available. They used, and it helped with our test completion rates. And diverse learners, we would like to have that same opportunity, so when they come in, they've got to take PSAT, or they have to take MAP, or they have to take Access. We have these computers that stay with us. They're in these carts, they're charged, they've got the correct software. PSAT now, instead of having readers, for example, does a streaming app that we have to make sure is preloaded. And so if the computers are ready to go, they're set up, the kids just have to come in, and then they'll be very surprised that the computers are ready, they're fully charged, and all we need them to do is take the test. And I think it will simplify our ability to get all of the students tested appropriately, and give our data, make our data more accurate.
Excellent.
It also has chargers in there and cases. Yes, Ms. Hannah.
And so are our diverse learners being trained on the computers, how to operate the computers? Because you could put a computer in front of them and say take a test, but if they are not familiar with how to operate the computer, it's useless.
You are absolutely right, and that's a wonderful question. It is the same Chromebook that they have as a one-to-one. So these are they're going to be in the building. They're not going to be issued to students. They're for those purposes. It's the same Chromebook that they have as being a one-to-one student.
So they're already proficient in the use of the
correct.
The
they use them for all. They use that same Chromebook for all of their courses.
This is just in case they forget it, and to make sure that on testing days that they're ready, they're charged, and they're available for the students you have.
Correct.
Excellent.
Any other questions? I'd be very happy to answer them. Yes.
I don't have a question, but I would like for you to, Jefferson? I was over there one day last week, and I talked to the technician over there, and he says he's having a hard time with getting computers and Chromebooks. So look into that, will you please?
We can make a note of that. And Dr. Cuevas is here, so he'll make a note of that. Yeah.
Ms. Leguizamo.
So, 2 questions. In that same room, does that room also include a charging station so that while those students are taking the test with the in-seat Chromebooks, they can get their one-on-one device charged?
So that's a great question. There's part of that quote is also a testing cart, and the cart, they have chargers built in, so those will be ready to go. Other part of it also is having an additional charger in the classroom. So they will have their chargers, plus each classroom will have an additional charger. So yes, we're gonna get rid of all of the excuses and say, here you go, we've got 12 ways to help you do it, and we're gonna get it done.
It's a backup.
Yep.
So, and I was also curious, because there are cleaning protocols in our school, but this is a device that now will be shared amongst our students. Have you guys considered what your cleaning protocols will be on a computer device?
So that's a great question. So
at Brookside, there is a diverse learner office, which houses, we've got space for meetings, we have my office, we have our secretary. The carts are going to stay in that room. So when they test, the students will test, they'll use that computer, they'll turn that computer in, it will be cleaned and charged and then ready for the next student. So it's not going to be that the computers are sitting there and it just, the students change. It's like here's your station, when you're done, you turn this computer in, because we want to make sure that all of a sudden they're not gone. Like, we can't just keep getting testing carts, right? So we've got to be we have to be responsible for that equipment. That's why it's going to stay where it is, and that's how we're going to be able to clean it. But very great question.
And just to clarify, do you know that testing cart would be up to at least 25 charging stations, or at least testing cart plus additional cords? Just want to make sure that it's at least a classroom full.
So there is, all those details are in the quotes. There's 2 carts, I believe.
Okay.
Because I also have to have I have to be able to have staff the amount of testers. So we didn't get enough stations and Chromebooks for every student. We got a fraction because we test in small groups. So we're not, it's just enough to accommodate that setting. Right.
Okay.
So yes, there are 2.
Thanks for thinking about this backup plan. Those were all my questions. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you for your time.
All right, we got the Welcome Center queue management system that's been presented there.
I just want to make a statement. I appreciate this system. It's going to be, I mean, as I'm looking at what the system's going to look like, it's going to be able to give direct communications with our parents and families about where their status is in regards to registration, testing, and whatever it is that a lot of the stuff that the Welcome Center offers as services. So it's great. Thank you.
And who do we have people that are going to...
Mr. Eric Christensen is here, and he can answer any additional questions you have.
So I know that during registration, a lot of stuff is going on. And are all of your people at the Welcome Center, are they all going to be working on this same program or whatever it is, and they're all trained on it and everything?
They will be, yes. So once we purchase it, that's the whole point of it, because right now, in the past, people lined up in the hall and it's like, are you next? I'm next. Oh, I thought she was next. And this will keep that all going. And with the remote, we've made this Google Sheet for this and these emails for that, and we send bilingual this email, and we share this sheet with diverse learners, and keeping track of everything. Everybody will be on the same system. So I've got this appointment, and I've got the birth certificate and proof of residencies. In that same system, we move the appointment over to bilingual, who does the testing. They move the appointment over to DL, that looks at the IEP. They move the appointment back to us, so that we can wrap it up. And if we have to check with the medical and the nurse, everybody's on the same system. A parent can go into that system and say, oh, you've done these 3 steps. It's waiting right now on a medical review. It says exactly where you're at, and it's to put everybody on the same system.
And okay. It's going to be interesting.
Yes.
So, and will this be compatible with the other systems like Infinite Campus and all that stuff?
Right. So this is going to be separate. Sorry, this is going to be separate from Infinite Campus. Infinite Campus is going to drive the applications and the student placement and things along those lines. This will be a ticketing system, a scheduling system to keep track of where they're at. So we will connect them.
It's another password and another username.
Yes, we'll keep the same username and the same password, but yeah, it's a second tab to log into, a second one to kind of go through and do that. So the appointments will pop up. And the primary reason for that is that people that are registering aren't in our system yet. So it's kind of like pre-system. So they'll come through there, parents will put their information, into this system that we can't pull out of the new system, because we can't go on Infinite Campus and find their phone numbers and find their things like that, because they're not in the system yet. So this is like an entry system to push them over to our system.
But that data can't be transferred to Infinite Campus.
No, they'll do that through the online registration application. Yes, and that'll go. I'll go in
The
there.
primary function of it is just a queue system in terms of making sure that we identify who's in line and making those appointments, especially during the big rush, right?
Yes, because right now, you put your online registration application in, new parents don't have parent portals yet, so they can't get into our system to see where they are. So it's to kind of fill that hole, to kind of pull them in that way.
I have a question. I guess it builds off of what Ms. Wozniak probably is asking about. So in Infinite Campus, we can't ask parents to start their students' registration?
Yes, when you're brand new to the district, you'll come in, you'll go through Infinite Campus to put in all your information, your name and your address and all that information, and it'll go there. But there's no way for you to go into Infinite Campus until everything's all done and you become a parent and become part of the parent portal. This will be a new, this system will let you come in on the fly to do that.
Okay. I see now.
And so this is for the parents, correct? Or
Yes.
just the staff?
Well, yeah, it's both, yeah. It's for the parents and the
So
staff.
let me ask this. Who is teaching our parents how to utilize the system? Because a lot of them ain't gonna know how to use it.
Right.
And again, are we teaching the staff to know how to use it? Because I can call a number, and I call a number for someone to work in the building to tell me they don't know who a director is of the district. That's a problem.
Right. So with that, this system is the same system that's used in a lot of DMVs around the country. This system is the same one that's used like Homeland Security when you're doing the pre-check. So their system should be recognizable to a lot of people as to, making appointments. Like you go to Best Buy and get a Genius Bar appointment. It's set up like that. So it's been where a lot of things are. And we at the Welcome Center, we always have parents' computers available. And anybody, lots of people just come to the Welcome Center, and when they come to the Welcome Center, we set them up there, we help them through the system, and we let them know what needs to be done. So this is a step beyond that for parents to kind of go through, but we always do that step one and help the parents in person at the Welcome Center when they come through. We don't just say, oh, fill out this form. Oh, go online. We always welcome them.
Mr. Christensen, can I interrupt?
Yeah.
And I'm sure thought has been given up, but I definitely think FACE needs to be involved in this so that we are offering parents some type of tutorial around this. But also, we have an amazing studio, so videos on how to use the system so that parents can look at videos and access it. So I think that needs to be part of the plan. I'm sure you guys have thought through that, but if not, that needs to be implemented.
Right. Very good. Yes. So as you click on through our website to have that tutorial, this is like the first time entry into here. FACE is helping with pre-K to kindergarten registration that's coming up. So parent portal for registrations, things like that. FACE is going to be helping us with that too.
Right, but we have grade 2 and above that also have to do the registering and stuff.
Yes, I'm talking about pre-K to kinder because that's like next to my head. Because that's going to come up March 1st. March 1st would be pre-K to kindergarten registration. April 1st will be kinder through 11th grade going to the next year, and they will be helping out with that as well.
And that's the registration. I want to make sure these are for people who are coming into the district.
Brand new.
So
They'll use
most
it
of
once.
the kids which is why it is important with that K through kind of kinder. But Ms. Hannah's right. We get kids all ages that join, and I think these are good. And superintendent and team, I know we've been talking about that, but maybe we just get in the habit of very succinctly letting individuals know how this will make or improve their lives, right? And so, Mr. Christensen, if you would very briefly and succinctly, just very plainly say why this is a good thing.
Okay. So this will help with the organization, both on the staff end and the parent side. It will help us know exactly who's in our building and what they're there for, to do what, and get them to the correct place they need to be, and make sure that all the checks are checked off, so that we can make sure that they've gone through the entire process, and the parent themselves can leave knowing they're not going to get a call say you skipped this step, and they know where they are along the process.
And this is an exact result of the Board of Education coming to you with challenges at the beginning of this year, right? As we didn't want to get emails or community members or people reaching out saying, you know, oh, we had this kid sitting at home and the parent, hey, no, we told them they needed this. No, this, you can log in and you see very clearly what documents are still outstanding, what's needed, and where it needs to be moved along in the process.
Yes.
So it's a workflow to create better efficiency.
Yes. And that'll be backed up with texts and emails, and automated phone calls can go through the system as well.
And Ms. Christian, one more thing. Will this be in both English and Spanish?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Christensen. And then these are great points, and we're going through, and I think that we got kind of updates in IJ and K, but the real big thing is we have our middle year MOI data presentation. So I want to remind the board that while these conversations are important, even my question I do think is slightly in the weeds. So, you know, let's move through it. I want to give time. I want to give adequate respect to the presenters, but also to the Board of Education and the community to ask their questions, but also with our focus being on getting to that middle of year data presentation. Next up is F, intergovernmental agreement with the College of Lake County.
Are there any questions about this?
No, thank you for pushing this through because I think this is really important.
What is it?
Our partnership with CLC.
That's, yeah. But, go ahead.
Good evening, Superintendent, Board President, and members of the board. Happy Valentine's Day, a day late. This is a partnership. We have multiple partnerships with CLC. What this provides us is Dr. Sande Funyas, who is over the internship program there. We receive an intern every year, no cost to the district. It's a win-win. They are grooming and training their student for counseling services, and we are providing that student hours and internship hours to support our students. Very similar to student teaching. So it's a zero cost. It's been here since before I arrived, which was 5 years ago, and this is just a Ms. Hannah, thank you. Thank you. This is just a continuation of services. We get to vet the candidate, so we approve who is sent into the building, and we vet them, and then they become part of the team. Currently, they are housed with Mr. Hill in Washington campus. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, and I mean, the only thing is, yeah, so this is good. G, renewal of Laserfish.
So this is just a renewal of a current system that we're utilizing. We've currently utilized it to place our department budgets on it, but it has multiple functions. I don't know if Dr. Cuevas, thank you. So Dr. Cuevas can expand on this if necessary, but.
Yeah, it's just a renewal, and it's there. So if there are questions for Dr. Cuevas.
Remind, general reminder, please. Of
Could you please
Laserfish.
She wants a general reminder of what Laserfish does.
So Laserfish is an application that we've been using for a few years now. This is the software solution that we use with the scanning project to scan records. It's also the solution that we're using for the HR exit form. So we've been using that. Also for the school-based budget, this is the solution that we're using for all the department heads and the principal to submit their budgets. It's an application software that allows us to conduct different activities with workflows.
And how has it been working?
Great.
How did the system work in the first year and stuff that we had?
So the system has been working fine, and as we added different functionality, there is additional training that we provide to those departments that request additional functionality to this system. So the scanning project basically is we already have all the documentation. We're in the process now of finalizing what is going to be the procedures that the buildings would follow, so that they can use that with the new copiers that we purchased, because now the software is also integrated with those copiers as well.
Mm-hmm. And so we finished all of that, let me see, digital, we finished all of the paper.
It's a work in progress.
transition.
It's a work in progress. We scan over 20 million records, and every year we just add more. So it's a work in progress that it will never end. So the bulk, it was completed. Now, for every year, once we have new records, or when students are leaving, that they have what is called CUME folders, that we need to scan those ones. So that will happen every year.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
So this
This is the license. We need to
This 32,000 will be an annual thing.
Yes, it's a renewal. So every year we need to renew this license.
How far you have to go back?
1901, 1902. So it's basically it's a lot of records.
All right. Thank you. All right, so we got H, which is Office of Student Outreach, attending the National Youth Resiliency and Advocacy Conference. So the information and description is there, as well as who will be attending and the cost.
Yeah.
All right. And again, I'm not, and I promise you, I'm not trying to be rude to anyone. These have been placed there for agenda items. There are lengthy presentations. So, you know, we called on a few individuals. I think individuals are in the audience to answer questions. So are there questions on the item?
Well, yeah, my name isn't on there.
Then I think Mr. Alajakis, did you send out an email about that?
I can answer that.
Go ahead, Dr. Hillary.
We did include Ms. Hannah in our registration process, as well as the hotel and the flights. So you're in there.
And so this is like the group.
Excuse me?
It's not like an individual.
Say that again? I'm sorry.
I'm not registering as an individual.
No, you're part of our group.
The part of the group.
But this is staff, and you're a board member.
Yeah.
So we'll be voting on it. I guess there was confusion that I'll seek clarification. So if you were registered,
Yeah, I
there's
talked with.
No, the issue was that we had initially registered our entire department, and maybe 5 are not going to be going, so though we were able to use those spots to
accommodate for
to add that in. So because we had others who needed to drop out for personal reasons, family reasons.
Thank
So are those reflected in the names of the number of outreach attending?
What you see before you are the numbers that are attending. Yes, those are the ones that are
Okay.
confirmed. The
Okay.
ones that have dropped off, those spots still were available, so we were able to,
Add Miss Hannah.
yes.
And Ms. Hannah, it'll be
And
voted.
anyone else who would like to join us.
So it'll be voted on at the next board meeting. At the time when the request came through, if I'm not mistaken, this is sold out.
Yes.
And so now there's a waiting list. But because we had individuals from our team that were not going.
Right,
there
and we
was
had
additional room.
registered months ago, so we were way before the sellout crowd.
Perfect. Then we are good to go. So, yeah, if there are no other questions on that item, it'll appear on our upcoming board agenda. Thank you, Dr. Hillary.
I just want to make sure that the board member participant comes from the board funds versus coming out of the outreach fund.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so however that's articulated in the next board approval.
Yep.
Perfect.
Next up is I. So we got Youth Guidance Band WOW Q2 update.
Great. So I'm going to ask Ms. Stephanie Jakimzik and Jennifer Rice de la Sanchez to come and provide an update.
Oh, we don't have the band people?
Yes, we do.
I believe we do, yes.
Yeah.
I was going to ask, pardon me, I was going to ask that that our staff members first start with their presentation, and then they can introduce the folks that are here to represent both Asian Human Services and Youth Guidance.
Good evening, board members, superintendent, community members. So attached to the agenda, you have an update for Q2 for BAM and WOW and for Asia Human Services. So what we've looked at currently, BAM and WOW is...
And I apologize, can we get open it for the screen for the public?
Oh.
Thank you so much.
Next page. There we go. So that's just a summary of how BAM and WOW is currently serving students in Waukegan. There are still currently 4 vacancies in each program. If you go to the next slide, this is kind of how BAM and WOW has impact on student achievement for the first semester. So what we've outlined is how many hours BAM and WOW has serviced students in Waukegan and how that has impacted the students at Lewis, Juarez, Smith, and at Brookside. We looked at Brookside. We looked at their GPA from first quarter or from semester 1, from quarter 1 and from quarter 2 as a final, and has their GPA improved and has their attendance improved while they were in the program.
So 43 students only?
No, that's increased.
I know what I'm looking at.
43 students improved in one way or another. So when we looked at the data from GPA and from attendance, some students GPA grew, but their attendance decreased, and vice versa. And that could be to a multitude of reasons. It could be they were on quarantine, they were out sick, so their attendance may have dropped, but their grades improved.
So these are these 43 students you're referring to. These are the ones that are registered to work with BAM or WOW?
Yes.
So it's only 43 students?
No, it's
just
300. It's more than 343 out of Brookside improved their grades.
Yes. So they currently...
Where is that at?
Let's finish. I think we should just finish with the presentation first, right? Let's go through the presentation, because I think a lot of the questions are coming, are a lot of the answers will automatically be in the presentation.
So I've just given you kind of some highlights of how BAM and WOW has had an impact on our students, how their GPA has improved and how their attendance has improved over the course of the first semester. If you can go to the next page, thank you. Something that we did want to highlight is that currently BAM and WOW are doing this holistic student assessment for students, and what they have really analyzed at the students at Brookside is that they're dealing with a lot of depression, PTSD, anxiety, and those are things that they are really going to focus in on for the next semester. Specifically, WOW, they looked at certain data, and they're really going to focus on the girls for that PTSD and for that anxiety and what they're seeing in the students.
So Ms. Hannah,
Yeah.
I think if
Well, I just want to correct something that I found very troubling when I was reading this. And it says that youth counseling staff is currently analyzing the results of more than 1,000 WOW pre-assessments that have already been completed, primarily for Chicago public school students.
Yes.
So what does that have to do with our Waukegan students?
So what they're doing is that they're taking the data from current WOW students, and they're assessing more students as of March 1st. But what they are starting to see is that these are the issues that are coming up specifically for boys and girls in the high school. The anxiety, the PTSD, all of these emotions that high school students are really struggling with. So as the WOW, and those assessments take a little bit of time to complete one-on-one with students at high school level. So they are...
Preliminary data.
Yes.
So how many counselors are at Brookside?
So I think, again, so let's go through the presentation, because I do think that that's in there. And so once we get there, if you write down the question, Ms. Hannah, they will answer it if it's not answered in the presentation, 100%.
Next page. So I really wanted to focus in on how BAM and WOW is really focusing on our Tier 2 and Tier 3 students. Every student gets a Tier 1. It's that universal SEL curriculum that they are getting. BAM and WOW is an addition to that. So I really wanted to show how at a Tier 2 what BAM and WOW does for our school. They have sessions with the counselor. They run groups. It's weekly sessions. It's individualized sessions. So it's different than what the tier 1 that everyone has access to. So BAMWOW was really focusing on very specific things at a much higher level for our students. Next slide. And that's for BAM and WOW. Do you want to ask questions now about BAM and WOW?
Yes. Yeah. How many counselors are at the that are actually there on a daily basis?
They're there Monday through or Tuesday through Thursday.
Right.
Mondays and Fridays
We're in the building bell to bell, Tuesday, Wednesdays, and Thursdays. Some Mondays, some Fridays. Mondays and Fridays. Each school has one counselor. Brookside has 2, but it's still 1 vacancy.
I have a question. The students that you have identified already that you've been working with, how does the board, or can the board, I'm requesting these students that you've been working with to follow up with the statistics that you are sharing with me about their GPAs and how much they improved. I like to see those students.
I'd like to see
for a lot of general reasons, not just the students. I want to see who they are, what they look like, and all of that. Can that be? Is that possible?
So what we've done at Brookside specifically for the high school is that they have,
And I'm sorry for the people on video, if you can use the microphone.
Sorry. For Brookside, there is a team at Brookside that looks at all this data on a bi-weekly basis. So the BAM counselor at WOW will document which lessons they have done in the sequence in their curriculum. And then there's a team of people, counselors, social workers, MTSS specialists, assistant principals, that will analyze that data to see if the kids are making progress, to ensure that the interventions that they're getting.
That's not what I asked.
You just want the Google sheet.
I can help
So,
Stephanie.
can I? Yeah.
Basically, what the board would like to see is how many students you're seeing, what's their ethnic makeup, what's gender, what has been the trajectory of grades, etc. When did they start receiving tutoring? How long have they been? That's all, they want to see those numbers specifically for, and I would do them for all of our schools.
Yeah. So
Okay?
what I was going to say to Mr. McBride is that we can provide student profiles, so that'll give exactly what Superintendent Placencia just outlined. Just due to confidentiality, and this is, I know you already know this, Mr. McBride, I just want to make it clear for everyone in the audience too. Due to confidentiality, we can't give you the specific names of students that are receiving counseling services. It would be a breach of confidentiality. But we can provide the data that you requested in terms of a profile of the student. And so that's something that will be coming forward to the board members.
Well, excuse me, that don't help me none to be able to just give me, that don't help me none, because if I cannot relate to the student that I'm looking at, that I've seen had the problems, and I can't see no improvement. So you could give me a student that's been in the district that's in a ISP, a good student already that you may have in your group, that would automatically warrant what you're saying to me. You're here because of the fact these students that I'm trying to recognize. That's why BAM and WOW is here in the district.
Right, before the struggling
I
students.
get that it's a counseling session, so help me understand this, please. I mean, you said you can't disclose that information to Mr. McBride, he's a board member, right?
I think the representative from BAM is going to actually address something that you're, no, really.
Yeah, because I want to know if he can't get that information, how do we know that?
Yeah, I get your question.
Are being serviced.
So you can actually come visit a circle.
Yeah.
Anytime you want to come visit a circle, we can set that up. You can actually sit in the circle while it's being run. And you can see those students you want to see, ask them a question. That's perfectly fine. Is
So
that what you're asking?
Can I interject? So I think we can give them what they're asking. I think we don't have to give names. We could say, since the program started, the inception of when the board voted, whatever the date was, I asked Nick what that was, but whatever that date was, how many students have been referred to BAM? How many students actually showed up? how many of them have come consistently, how many of them have dropped out week 1, session 1, week 2. We can pull those numbers because you're not identifying students.
Right.
You can also state how many of those students are Hispanic, African American, Caucasian, Asian. You can give those numbers.
Right.
We can. That's what we're looking for. So I need you. Let's go back. Let's put that report together because that information we can give. I get you can't say Teresa Placencia had 10 counseling sessions. I get that. The board understands that.
Right.
But we want to drill down into the data. So I'm going to ask you to go back. I understand what the board's asking for. I will work with Jennifer and Stephanie to pull that together, and then we can come. I also think a second note of this is that I think that's a great idea. I think there's a lot of questions on how BAM and WOW works with our Board of Education, and just like we did with curriculum mapping, I'm going to ask Nick to invite the boards personally to either one of the sessions, etc., so that they can actually see BAM and WOW in production, okay? So that we're not putting you on the spot.
Oh,
But we
no,
will come back with that data.
And then I also want to ask, what's your department do this fall under? Because I'm not understanding why they're not working with community outreach. We keep saying how all of this ties in with each other.
Yep.
Like, I'm just so confused and so lost. Because you say we can't give him that information, but then he say, well, how about we invite you to a session? If that is counseling, you can't invite nobody to no session, right?
No.
It's private, right?
You
or is
can.
this a group setting?
So it's still a confidentiality piece, but you can come visit the group. So when you visit the group, you're going to be a guest. Certain things are not going to come up.
Right.
You know what I'm
They
saying?
would be prepared, so the counselors would be prepared to work on a certain activity that the kids will be prepared knowing that there's someone visiting your group. So they'll all be prepared. Everyone will be prepared and ready. So when you think of a counseling session, this is more of a, okay, we have a visitor and this is kind of what we're gonna do, and it's not like we're gonna go deep into like processing what we normally do.
Right.
It is set up a bit differently because there is a guest. And also keep in mind, when guests do come into the group, the students are gonna act different, right?
Yeah.
The students, they're not gonna be fully prepared to welcome you and say, yeah, welcome into our space, because it is their safe space. So they will be acting differently. They will be quiet. They will just be staring at you like, who are you? It is a different setting. We do a lot of site visits, not with Waukegan, but we've done site visits in Chicago in the past, and they've worked great just to give people an idea of what we're doing, right? Because, I mean, that's a big question. What are you doing with our students in this room? So we do offer the opportunity, but it does have to be planned and prepared. And there is preparations that we do with our counselors to ensure that the space is confidential and also, and safe. And also with the visitors who are coming, they also have to agree to confidentiality with that group.
Site visits, what do you mean by site visits?
Like if the board members, so if the board members would like to come and visit the group, we offer the opportunity for that.
All right, we set it up, time, date, third period.
So
see you there.
I have the question because I heard you guys say that this is a program that is registered, right? You have to register for this, correct? For BAM and WOW?
Well, there's a consent process, a referral process.
So who refers the students to such programs?
The staff do.
The staff, the security guards, the kitchen people, the principal, anybody, students, self-referrals.
But I think this goes back to before when we talked about duplication of services and where I think Mr. Edwards is coming from, which is, when we're pulling that data is how, and so I would like the officials, who is the one that's referring? Because I, as the para, may see something, but how are you saying this kid is in our program? Is it the consent forms that you have? What are we doing?
Here, can you use that mic?
Yeah, so as soon as staff refers a student, they have to sign a consent saying that they're going to attend, and the parents have to be okay with them attending every session, every weekly session. So that it's a whole referral process, and the buildings decide how to refer students, when to refer them, making sure that they are a good fit and that they need the services from BAM and WOW.
Okay, so do BAM and WOW communicate with the parents of these students?
Yes.
Often? Are these students' parents coming up to be a part of those sessions that you guys are having? Because it goes to what I say to you guys on the board, no matter what we're teaching them, they got to go back into toxic. And we're not working with the parent, it's not gonna work, right? And the reason why I'm asking that, because I've been here for 44 years. And one thing I've known about Waukegan has always been different and it's always been special in its own right. And so I feel like when we bring people inside of Waukegan, they need to have a sense of how Waukegan works, what it's like to live in Waukegan. And when you don't understand that or when you don't know that, it's going to be hard. I'm just respectfully, not to discredit what you guys do or how you do it, but respectfully, baby, I ain't never seen nobody come in here outside of Waukegan to teach our kids anything that don't know anything about the community within itself. Because this school district is a community within a community, which means the things that happens in the school rolls out into the community and things that happen in the community rolls into the school district. And so you guys are just a portion. You're in the school, you're not in the community, so how do this work? Please, somebody should.
And I can help answer that. So we do communicate as much as we can with parents. Parents, some parents are aware, some parents are just like, where do I need to sign? Let me sign here. And you're in a program, great. I mean, some students go home and talk to their parents. We do try our best to make sure that parents are informed about everything that they're doing. We don't disclose certain information, but we have a general overview of what we're doing in groups. But it's just the sessions, like a breakdown of the sessions. It's not going into confidential information. Parents do have to sign a consent in order for students to be part of the program. And that's the biggest thing, is consents have to be signed or they cannot be part of the program.
So the last thing I have to say, and then I'm done, and I'm going to say this to the Board of Education. Respectfully, I appreciate what you guys try to do when you bring things in to help with our kids, correct? I appreciate that, but I'm really trying to understand the purpose of these two entities. We brought them in to do what? Because even though we're counseling the kids, we need the entities that is not only counseling the kids, but is counseling the families. I'm not, for the life of me, no one is really understanding me that we need to start at home. And you guys say it's hard to get the parents out. So if it's hard to get them out, who's going to go to them parents? Which one of us is going to them? And so
Do you want me to?
within this, we need to try to incorporate this.
I think you're absolutely right.
Yeah.
And I think that's why BAM and WOW, and we've talked about this probably initially about 2.5, 3 years ago, when we brought BAM and WOW in to work with. And what I had described at that point was being very targeted with our approach, being very specific and intentional. WOW working with young women, BAM working with young men, and then using AHS, Asian Human Services, to help us with individual students, but that could also work and do wraparound services, could also work and provide family counseling. So and that's what they've been doing. And the next report is on Asian Human Services, AHS, and part of what they do is exactly what you said. One other thing I just wanted to say is, you brought up a very valid point about folks coming from the outside to work on the inside. We also addressed that. That was one of the primary concerns that the board had a couple years ago. And one of the things that we worked with both organizations, or the organization, Youth Guidance, was to first start in Waukegan. And then trying to find folks that we could from Waukegan to serve our students. And if we couldn't find them in Waukegan, then in the Lake County area. And so that's what they did do. There was also a request from one of the community members to say what you just said. How are you going to have people come from outside to service our community? It's very unique. And Waukegan is unique, and it does have unique needs. So we did go back to the Lake County Health Department, and we asked them if they could help us with providing additional social workers, counselors. They were overtaxed. They couldn't provide the numbers that we needed. We did reach out we asked then for additional organizations that had counseling services and the like. We went through the list. We exhausted that list. So this isn't just new today. And I understand your concern. Those questions were brought up to us. But the other thing that we have to understand is, one of the things that we were tasked with as a team was to provide additional SEL supports in the form of counseling to students, to high-risk students, especially at the high school, and also to students throughout the district and to families. This is what we found. This is what we're utilizing. They have a track record of success, both organizations, Asian Human Services, BAM and WOW, not only in other cities outside of Waukegan, but outside of the state as well. So I appreciate your concerns, but I think it's important to give a little overview of that.
Can I make a comment just real quick? Because I haven't, and I will be quiet for the rest of this. I want to say 3 things. First, I want to affirm the work that BAM, WOW, Asian Human Services is doing. I'm not a fan of having 10,000 nonprofits come into the community trying to fix a systemic problem. I'm not. So I get where Mr. Edwards is coming from, but we need y'all to do your piece. Because I don't care if you help one student. It may be not the student that I'm seeing on the incident report, but it may be a student that is potentially about to be on that incident report. And that's of value to me because I care about these kids. The second thing is that you really got to prioritize the students when you're having these conversations because everybody has a role. I have a role, my fellow board members have a role, BAM has a role, WOW has a role. We're not going to fix the whole thing. There are students that are still going to get into fights. There are families that still are not going to give a crap about what we're even trying to implement. And that's okay because we know that there's a lot of other layers that we have to address with different people to get it all working. It's not okay, but I'm saying that I can't expect 10,000 hours of one single person or entity to address the problem. We all have a role. That's kind of what I don't, Mr. Edwards, I don't want you to feel like you're the one who has to save all of the kids that we see on our incident reports. You get me? That's too much on you. But you have a role. And everyone in the community respects that. And then the last thing, and I think it kind of goes back into what we have to do as board members and I think what our schools need from us is that trust factor, right? I know, and I'm a strong-headed person too. I can't say that I need help unless I know I need help. And that's what our students are going through right now. If I'm really about this counseling services and I want to be academically ready for the next phase of my life, I got to realize that I need help from BAM and WOW, right? And so we have to trust that these organizations have certified, because I know some of the other ladies, I see familiar faces. You all know what you're doing. I mean, we're trusting you with our students, right? And I'm not going to sit here and say that all this time you've been doing nothing. We need you to succeed because our students need to succeed. So I want that to be very clear. It's not a one-stop solution for all of this stuff. It plays a part in the overall strategy. I hope that makes sense. Yeah. At least for me, that's what makes it clear for me.
Ms. Hannah?
Yeah, that theoretically, that sounds great. That sounds great, but we need application. And my question is, when will the vacancies be filled, and when can we expect to get all of the people on board to work? Because if there's only one BAM counselor at the high school, there's no way that there's effectiveness with the struggling students.
So you want more BAM counselors, Ms. Hannah?
No, excuse me, we're paying already
for 3 at the high school.
Well, we're
2
paying
at Brookside.
Two right now at Brookside.
And 1 in Washington.
And one
and are they both there? Are
There's
they all
one
there?
in Washington and there's 1 at Brookside.
So we have 2.
Yes.
So I
And
think-
we need one more at Brookside.
We only have, okay, one at each high
And I
school?
apologize, it's because this is getting super adversarial when it should be an opportunity for us to
I'm
dialogue.
just asking the question.
No, I get it, but no, it is adversarial, and I wasn't even talking about you, Ms. Hannah. There's crosstalk.
Oh, okay.
People cannot listen if they want to follow what the discussion is being had. So
Okay.
I'm going to ask that there be one question on the table, and then we can respond to that. So it
And
wasn't
that's-
about you. There
Okay,
was
thank you.
conversations happening around the room.
Okay. My question. You all have been in the district for
2 years.
3 years?
2 years.
2 years?
Yes.
And
This
we
September,
still,
2 years, yeah.
2 years, and we still have not had a full load, if you will, of BAM and WOW counselors. Well, WOW came later.
Right.
Okay, but the BAM counselors, but we allocated funds for the organization, okay? And if we're paying you all for services that you're not performing, I have a problem with that.
One sec. Ms. Polk, can you speak to that? And I don't mean to put you on the spot, but the reason that I'm asking is because are we paying for positions that are currently vacant?
No.
So there were assumptions in the question that I want to see clarification from our financial manager is are we paying for vacant positions? For services rendered.
For services rendered.
And so you all get, okay, and I'll talk more with Ms. Polk about that. But, and that's not my primary question.
So to answer some of your questions as far as when we're going to fill the vacancy.
Yes.
We have been working very hard to find applicants. We are posting everywhere. We are not getting applicants. And the applicants we are getting are not sufficient. I've been a BAM counselor for 9 years.
You want a bachelor's degree. Where are you going to get that at around here? But to make it just plain and simple, and I just got to say this because I got to go. We elected you guys up here. Y'all got 2 jobs. 2. That's it. You got 2 employees. That's it. Superintendent and the attorney. That's it. When we have these meetings and this community get a chance to answer questions, I think we need to be allowed to answer them. You guys need to get a little bit more active with the things you bringing into this community. Like how about go sit at some BAM sessions, at some WOW sessions, before you come back and try to tell me what's working and what ain't working.
That's right.
I don't want they data. I don't want they statistics because I don't know if I can trust them because I don't know them. And so when someone on there is trying to tell me about these services, when you have the same questions that I have, I don't even understand it. So I wish you guys the best. I want to see you guys succeed. But it is my hope that you guys get familiar with this community, get out into this community, get to know people in this community, and I promise you guys, as well as everybody on this board, watch how them numbers rise up.
So, and Mr. Edwards, because you know, full disclosure, is I want to, and this may be the thing to remind, is what the goals of BAM is because I always go back to targeted intervention versus something for the masses. And I think the assumption is that BAM is something that's supposed to be doing it for 1,000 students. And how many students is a counselor supposed to service at a time?
55.
So 2 counselors is 110 kids
Yes.
if we were fully staffed.
Yes, and then I do have some counselors that have, at Warriors, I think he has caseload of 72. And that's a lot, but he's passionate about what he does. So he's able to understand it. Plus, he's a senior counselor. He knows how to handle it. So.
And you have one at Lewis.
Yes, ma'am.
And
he's got 70 something.
I met him.
Yeah.
And so again, when you guys presented to the Board of Education, I want to say that number was 48. And so the number that we were saying you effectively could serve with one counselor. And that was one of the concerns that I had, but I ended up voting on it because, again, I understood that it was a targeted intervention.
Right.
And so I think this goes back to what the superintendent's goal is that I'm hoping we get an update on, is what the community is saying. We see that there's a problem. And so the issue is they are expecting BAM and WOW, as Ms. Gonzalez said, to solve all the problems. And so they're saying we want an opportunity to be a part of the solution. And so I know one of the goals was that the superintendent would partner with 3 community organizations. And that was a goal that was put in there so that people like Mr. Edwards, people like Mr. McIntyre that's in the back of the room, Boys and Girls Club, had an opportunity to be a part of the solution. It's because what they are thinking is that we've given BAM and they're supposed to fix it all. And because all of it is not fixed, we are now trying to hold them accountable for those results. And again, I want to know, to Ms. Hannah's point, fully staffed, are you servicing at least 55 students? And are those 55 students that are at each of those counselors' caseloads improving, right? We haven't been able to get to the point where you guys are hired. And again, we're not expending money for that. So I want you to be fully staffed, but we're not paying for it in the meantime. And I think that's also where some of the confusion is. So the superintendent has already instructed the team to break down some of that data and come back with a presentation. I do commend you all for coming out this evening. I know it's not that we're trying to be contentious. As Ms. Gonzalez said, we appreciate the work that you're doing, but we know that there's a heavy need, and that's the passion that you see for Waukegan, is that we know that our students need these services. We know that our students will benefit from these services, and we know that right now, after the pandemic, our students have real challenges, right? And so we appreciate, and Ms. Gonzalez says, we need to define your role, which I think you've done, but we got to reiterate what it is that you all are supposed to be doing.
Thank you, appreciate
and
that.
then to make sure that where we have other existing gaps, that we are partnering with community organizations, superintendent, in order to fill those other gaps. It's because those gaps exist, but we can't just keep going to BAM and saying, why are you not fixing these gaps? It's not their job to fix these gaps. And when I say we, board, community. And again, one of my concerns was the amount of money for the amount of students that were serviced. But BAM has always been transparent about how many students they intended to service. And as they've talked about, they're exceeding those numbers with the counselors that they currently have on staff because they also identify and realize the need. But what you hear from Mr. Edwards, which I don't want to ignore, is they have to leave these buildings and go into the community. So how are we working together, and how are we using the community expertise to plug those other holes?
And we understand that. And one of the things we do as counselors for BAM and WOW, we reinforce what we're teaching the kids by getting the teachers involved and hopefully building relationships with parents. That's a real hard thing to do today. A lot of parents don't even want to come to school and pick up the kids' grades. So it's a challenge. But we do make an attempt to build those relationships with parents, to let them know, hey, we're on integrity this week. So this is what this lesson is about. And we do the same thing with the teachers. We're on integrity this week. So if Johnny's in the class out of integrity, let me know. We can deal with it. We do those types of things to help reinforce what we're doing. So when they do go home, maybe things have changed a little bit. It's hard. I live in Inglewood, in Chicago.
I got it.
I've been there. And I've been working with the youth. And Waukegan is a very special place. But everything is the same problems. Mm-hmm. We have the same issues wherever we go. And we're working hard to deal with them. I've been out here all day today, set in 3 groups, wonderful groups. The kids, the youth are really responding to the treatment and to the counselor session. They're really involved. Mm-hmm. And those that are in are really enjoying it.
I just need to say this. First of all, I want to apologize. When you come up here, you're not on trial, and I know that every time you guys get up here, it feels like it's just daggers up here, right? So I get it. I want to apologize on behalf of if you felt that way. First of all, I've seen some of the work you've done, and we understand what the lift is. We also have to own, and I'm going to say it once again, we voted on this a little bit later, and there's a worker shortage nationally. I mean, it's in CNN, it's everywhere, so we have to be realistic with what you're pulling. And I do appreciate you recruiting from the area, which was part of our contract. I also want to reiterate that we have stated a number of times, this is one presentation. We have stated a number of times, this is not the only solution. There is Asian Human Services, there's tutorial classes before and after school, and there's a lot of different levers. This is just a presentation right now on BAM and Asian Human Services that we're just updating the board. This is not the only thing that we're implementing in our district. As Dr. Cesario says, we have a menu of services. To piggyback off of the board president's comments, we are looking at the MOY data today, which we said we would look at, so that we can adjust our RFP, which will be presented at the next board meeting, to see the other partnerships that would fit and work with the data that we will be presenting tonight. So just so that the public knows that we will be looking at our middle of the year data, and now we know exactly what areas that we will need to target with community partners that do intend to apply for that RFP.
Thank you. Mr. McBride?
Thank you. Thanks so much.
Mr. McBride?
Yeah, well, I guess I heard you say that you haven't found nobody in 2 years to work with you from Waukegan. So, did I hear that? I heard you said you haven't found anybody. It's been a hard stumbling block for you to find people with a bachelor's to come in and be able to do what live up to your expectations or what your criteria.
Yeah, it's been hard. It's been a challenge. We've hired from the area.
You said it again?
We've hired within the area. I have a older gentleman now that's waiting for an interview process. He's from the area. It's just been tough finding competent people to do the job. And that's the same in Chicago, everywhere, Dallas, all the places we are.
Well, I also, too, I want to say, I asked you, how did you go by selecting your kids? And you said through counselors and teachers and whatnot. Mm-hmm. And I know that with the issues that we have as a board with discipline, fights, and all that, those are the kids that, when I looked at BAM, I thought that would come in to be able to service and help those dysfunctional kids out that's having those kind of issues.
Keep in mind, it's not a mandatory program. So if the kid does not want to get in, we can't make them get in.
I understand. I understand that. Not only that, you heard you say too, the parents got to also approve it. So I heard both stumbling blocks. I heard both of those. But once again, I'm going to say that if the kid, I don't know, I'm gonna just say what I need to say. It's to me, if you can't convince a kid that's having issues to not want to come in your program, that's a problem for me.
Oh, it's a problem for me too.
It's a big problem for me. Also, we also have a department in our district called Outreach, and Outreach deal with the kids that we're talking about that have issues and stuff. And as Ray was saying, they also deal with the parents and stuff to talk to the parents about the issues that the kids have, to bridge that gap to where those kids will be able to work with the parents and outreach and get them up to speed to what we like for them to be. Mm-hmm. And so I'm going to suggest that you might want to reach our outreach department. They may be able to even help you with some of the issues that you're having in terms of trying to achieve what you're trying to achieve.
Okay. Can I just add on to that? Because this is a conversation we've been having a lot at Brookside with my counselor and other staff members. So we do serve we're doing groups within the school during the school day, during school hours. That's the easiest way to reach the students is when they're in school. But if a student is suspended all the time or never in school, they're not going to receive the services. They're just not going to get the services. So what we're doing is with WOW is we are providing and offering them individual services, but that is also has to be consented by the parent. And some students are in agreement with it, but as far as the group, if they're not there, fifth period during group, they're not going to receive services.
Why do you say they're not going to receive the services?
If they're not in school or they're constantly suspended, then they wouldn't be in the school during the group times to receive the group.
So that's why I said you should connect with outreach. Do that, and you'll kind of halfway see where I'm coming from. All those students that you're dealing with, outreach is dealing with them.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
I got one more about your employment. Now, you said that you had hired people? And what happened to those people?
Most of them are still working.
Okay.
2 people that I hired from there, it didn't work out.
Okay.
You know, so.
Okay, so you don't have a lot of turnover?
No.
Okay.
Unless, like I said, it didn't work out for whatever reason.
Okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Go ahead, Ms. Leguizamo.
Some quick questions, hopefully, for the organization, for BAM and WOW. For the organizations, just want to understand, are you comfortable, based on the data, are you comfortable with the students that you're reaching? This is a question from a community member, so I'm asking on their behalf.
I would say the counselors that I'm working with, they are very comfortable with the students they're reaching. And also I can tell you the students are really like looking for support. So they are reaching out to counselors. I have the counselor at Brookside. If you ever want to meet her, she's in her office. I sit with her, I meet with her weekly, and kids are always knocking on her door. I'm like, we may need to hide you. We're gonna have to hide you somewhere so you could get some work done. But like all day, there's kids knocking on her door. So the students are really seeking the services, and she is very comfortable, and the other counselor that we have. And we also have another counselor that's gonna start March the 7th. I just got notification today from our HR department. So we're really excited to have her on board for Lewis Middle School.
Amazing. And so when is the next time we can expect a presentation from your organization again? I don't know when we have them scheduled.
The next board meeting, what is quarterly?
It's quarterly. It's quarterly meet. Okay, updates. Thank you for that. And just hopefully to finalize it and round it up, I'm hoping if you can please just put a little plug out there for families and students. If you can please let us know how families and students can find your BAM room at the Brookside campus and Washington campus. And also for those that are qualified, have a minimum of a bachelor's degree, and have experience in youth services, you can also let them know how they can apply for your program.
We're on all the platforms for workforce development, Indeed, everything, even the district's website. We have a link on the district's website, so you can go there for employment.
And it's for it's listed under as youth guidance, right? Not for BAM and WOW, or it is listed as BAM and WOW?
No, it has BAM and WOW.
Oh, it does have BAM and WOW. Okay.
What's the salary for your counselors?
Yeah, that's above my pay grade. That's an HR question. It varies depending on. I can't really. I mean, they start depending on the education, depending on the skill level. Maybe 40,000 they may start and up. You know, so everybody's different depending on their skill sets and their education.
HR makes the final decision,
Yeah.
so we're not part of the decision making.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, so I'm going to ask that we go through Asian Human Services, and then 8 p.m. we got to hit this MOI data.
Okay. So currently, Asia Human Services is supporting 10 of our schools in Waukegan. They are currently seeing 80% of the students as a tier 3. So that means that the students are getting a tier 1, a tier 2, and they are getting, in addition to all that, an individualized counseling session with Asia Human Services for different needs. The different things that Asia Human Services is supporting the schools with is just grief groups, friendships groups, trauma, family counseling, family supports. There are certain schools that they are pushing in for as a general ed tier 1, but that's level 1. And if a student gets a tier 2, and then in addition to Asia Human Services. Next slide. Thank you. This just breaks down, currently there's still 1 vacancy for Asia Human Services, but this really kind of breaks down the schools that they're servicing and the amount or the percentage of times that they are seeing tier 3 students. So again, that's our most intensive students, that students are getting tier 1, tier 2, and then in addition to, they're getting Asia Human Services. Next slide. So this is just to reiterate how Asia Human Services provides support at our tier 3 level. It's really individualized. They are seeing students one-on-one for things that that they are struggling with. Grief, trauma, different mental health needs that the students may need. Next slide. And then this just breaks down the services that Asia Human Services has been providing Waukegan. For direct hours, it's 860, and for indirect, it's 375. And there's a link for just a report directly from Asia Human Services. Next slide. That's it. So I know Kat Saviano's here, if you guys have any questions.
I have a question.
Yes.
I received a call, and I'm just wondering about the turnover rate in Asian Human Services. Could you please talk about that and what you plan to do to stop the turnover?
Good question. We do see turnover at our positions. These are master level clinical positions that we can't hire people with a contract, although we do ask them to stay for an entire school year at minimum. So there's some continuity of services. We can't hold people to that, unfortunately. Mental health is having a big crisis right now with staffing. People are leaving the field. One of our staff members left the field completely to be a stay-at-home mother. Can't fault her for that at all. We have staff members returning to school to go for their PhD, staff members who have moved out of the area because of cost. It's for various reasons. We haven't really pinned anything specific. I do work with our HR for those exit interviews to see if there's anything specific about the role, about the structure of the job, about leadership, and none of those things seem to come up. They enjoy working in the community. A lot of them have come from the community and then have moved away, and the commute is unfortunately too tough for them to handle. During virtual learning, we saw a lot more consistency with staffing because they were able to remote work, right? If they lived, 45 minutes away, that was okay. But once we returned in person, unfortunately, that became unmanageable. What we plan to do to fix it is the same thing I think everyone plans to do to fix their hiring. We are reaching out to a lot of organizations. Internally, I work with the Lake County Job Board for posting. I meet with him next week to talk strategy on how do we reach people in the Lake County area. Currently, 4 of our 5 staff members live in Waukegan. 2 of them are graduates of Waukegan High School, and one of them, their child went to Waukegan schools. The 5th one has worked in the Waukegan, Lake County area for about 10 to 15 years. We do what we can to keep staffing. These are master level clinical positions, and it's a really hard position to fill and to keep on for more than a year or 2. It's the field. Yes.
I just asked the superintendent a question because I really don't know your role.
Sure.
I was under the impression that you guys deal with our female students. No.
Oh no, we deal with anyone and everyone. We're mostly in elementary schools. We do have a handful, a couple of middle schools. We did just extend to Lewis Middle School. They were having a lot of families come asking for services, so we were able to extend an additional day for someone at Lewis to meet the need. But we work with anyone and everyone, no matter your age, ethnicity, background, socioeconomic status. We work with everyone.
So your actually primary reason for being in the district, being employed, is with families in general?
Yeah, family. We really, because we follow a trauma-informed model, which what that means is that you're not just working with individual, you're really attacking the system, the school system, the community, the family system, and the youth. We do not believe anyone changes in isolation. And so our clinical counselors, their role isn't just to meet with the youth, but to really reach out to the family and work with the school environment. If the challenges are happening in the school, in the classroom, we want to go into the classroom and see what's happening there and help the teacher address it.
Now, from a culture perspective,
Sure.
How do you guys deal with that? I mean, do you guys go into the projects maybe and talk to the families, or what do you meet that particular family?
Yeah, we go into their homes when invited, especially during virtual learning, we were doing a lot of home visits. We would meet families on porches, we would meet them at parks. We even went into daycares where the youth were there all day doing remote learning. We'd go work with the daycare staff to really help the child with their needs. We attend, I think I'm losing my battery. We do attend community events, back to school, This might be better. We do attend back to school bashes, family engagement nights. We were recently invited to a movie night. I'm not sure that the parent engagement committee, I think it's called FACE here. I'm not sure if that's happening still. We're attending the Black History Month celebration on the 25th. So any time that there is a school community event or a Waukegan Public Schools at large event, we do attend. But like I said, most of our families live in the area, shop in the stores, see families at the Walmart, see teachers, out in public. They meet for coffee. They've developed friendships with staff. So we're embedded as much as we possibly can be.
The reason I asked that question because the group that just left, help me out, somebody.
Youth guidance?
Bam.
Yeah.
I heard the gentleman say it's hard to get the parents.
Oh, it
to
is.
Come in. So
Absolutely.
So I was just wondering how you guys working with them in that respect. And also, too, I'm going to also refer you, I don't want to put the load on outreach, but that's what outreach do, work with families and parents.
Oh, we work with outreach, absolutely.
Great.
Yeah, we do. I mean, especially during virtual learning, we worked a lot with outreach because sometimes we just couldn't find a family. We don't know, we have no idea where they went, so we would work with outreach. We'd work with as many departments as possible. The crisis team we work with, as many departments as we know of, and we're learning more and more. Because it's not like we started and we got this huge tutorial of this is everything that's available. We're learning still as we go. The schools are our main hub. We work with the principals. The MTSS teams are our main primary point of contact. So if we know of a resource, we're like, hey, this sounds like a great opportunity. We're working with BAM and WOW because we're at some schools. We're crossing over. So we do work with them. We get some referrals from them. We collaborate.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Well, I'm hoping that we all just see the two big difference with these entities. You heard this young lady say she's meeting at the park. She's at community events. This is the difference. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
And that was part of the strategy is to really be intentional and targeted with youth guidance and then to have this service.
But see, she answered me, and she answered us. They couldn't even answer the question, sir. You got up and spoke for them. We didn't pay you to speak for them. I needed to hear from Bam and Wow the same way I just heard it from her. She broke it down. She explained it. She was very thorough, and she's doing what needs to be done because she's in the community, they're from the community, and that's why her numbers are looking the way that it is.
Okay, point taken. There are some other factors, just in all fairness. But I also wanted to clarify one piece too, and this was as a result of a lot of what you're saying, Mr. McBride, about outreach and about collaboration. And one of the things that we did last year when we were looking at the framework for success and reorganizing, that outreach now works under ASAP, that outreach is under the academics team. And so MTSS coordinates this, but we meet weekly. There's a lot of articulation and collaboration across this division, and that is one of the reasons why, because we knew we needed to have that. Just meeting with Charmaine and talking to her about that it was a lot easier to coordinate with her working under my department, or my division rather. So I think that's a good point of clarification and another question that needed to be answered.
Mr. Vukovic.
Having people here from the community, big plus, and being involved, grocery stores, that's where you have to run into people. That's a big thing. And you mentioned something about the turnover that you do with exit interviews.
Sorry, go ahead.
Is it actually a true interview with one-on-one?
It's with HR. Some of that's confidential. So yeah, but
It's not just a form to the last known email address of the person.
no, it's
So you find out why they've left.
absolutely. And I'm very embedded with the team. I talk to the staff member. We meet weekly. I do have a coordinator who is doing more of the day-to-day coordination. But in terms of who is working under AHS, I know them, I interview them, I talk to them, I make sure that any struggles that are happening, we're addressing them. If it's a them issue, then we give them extra training, extra supports. If it's a school communication issue, I mean, Stephanie's come in to help us just make sure that the flow of the work it's consistent, because it's not perfect, right? We're still in the schools. We are outsiders. That is true. You're bringing someone in, and we're still working with the teams to build trust. A lot of it is about trust, and we're trying to build that. So with something that's really, really fragile, which is mental health, there's a big stigma still. And so what we're hoping with prevention services and being in the community, that mental health is for everyone, right? Everyone has mental health. Everyone has physical health. We're not this big scary thing. You're not crazy if you need our services. Anyone can access us, and that's what we hope to spread.
It sounds like our business can learn from them also on their education. I think that's something that's been rough around the edge. Talk about really all it is, a form letter and an email.
Thank you, Mr. Vukovic. And I just want to, it's because words matter. And this is one of the things that's really important to me, is I know you guys said that you're open to anyone, but when I look at the screen, it said all the students that are being serviced are tier 3. Mm-hmm. And so when individuals are on the screen, or my son who doesn't fall into that category, I don't want them to, and unless I'm misspoken, to believe that they can just walk into the school and say, hey, I want to sit down with an AHS counselor. Is because when we talk about targeted services, this is what I mean, is it's not something that is, while you guys service any ethnicity, but they do have to fall into that category, or am I mistaken?
We have families that do come and request our services because of maybe something that's happened at the home level. The student might be attending school, well behaved. There doesn't seem to be any externalizing factors. It's all internalizing. If they ask for that type of support, absolutely. They don't have to come through the tier team. We do consult with the tier team. And a lot of the ways that we've changed how we do our job. Basically, from feedback from the board, from the community, from working with Stephanie, we've altered how we've done our work in order to make a bigger impact and be able to accept more referrals. If someone needs counseling supports and we can't find a referral in the community, which we really have not been able to, we will do our best to provide, maybe it's not one-on-one individual, but at least maybe some check-ins at first. Before, if they're on a wait list somewhere else, we'll do check-ins. We'll put them in a small group because that might be easier because we can serve more people in a group. But if you're having a challenge with mental health, we're not going to turn you away.
And see, I appreciate, that's why I asked the question, and I know we have to wrap, but this is super important. It's a subject that's sensitive to me, and I know that there is, and when I say controversy, but controversy around outside supports. As someone who sits on an agency for clinicians, super happy, super satisfied with the job, love who they work for, love what they do, but they are tired, they are burnt out, they are leaving the field, and we are not replacing them fast enough as the individuals that we are bringing on. So I commend the efforts that you are making, but I do want to say that I see, I hear, I know it is true. Like, it is a crisis. And it is we talk about the teacher shortage, and we talk about that all the time. We are not talking about the crisis in mental health as the demand for those services continually increases. So I do look forward to hearing other things from AHS and appreciate. I know it was tough starting through the pandemic, and I'm glad that we are getting our stride in servicing kids. I appreciate that.
Thank you.
There was a renewal. It's just a.
I just wanted to ask if I could. The superintendent had mentioned to the other group that I'd like to ask the same from this group. Can you give us the numbers at some time? How many? You've got these 5 counselors working. How many students does each counselor are they seeing at each school? They're jumping around, to 4 or 5 different schools. That's a lot of movement right there. Are they running, could you just tell us at some point in some future report, you've got 10, one counselor 1 is doing, this many groups at these particular schools, and each group has, 5 kids in it or 10 kids in it, and this is how many parents they've spoken to, or just so we had a little more data. So I guess that would be interesting. Again, not, and then how long were the kids in? The average child was in this group for
Absolutely. Yep, we have that. We've given
2
out to the district. We have that data available at any point in time.
Yeah, I think that would be helpful. And then that way we would be seeing that we know that you're really seeing, these numbers of students and on a weekly basis. It would help us just have a picture of what the work is in the community.
Yep, and from quarter 1 to quarter 2, it jumped drastically, which we were really happy to see too. Because as school gets but a little bit more needs come up.
And
So.
when you do that, what he's speaking about, identify the issues.
Like if it's for depression, anxiety, grief, trauma.
Was it suicidal? Just
Yeah.
identify the issues.
Yep. Yep.
This way we'll know what we're looking at.
Yeah,
what's
and
going on in the district.
we do an assessment too that captures 4 domains of functioning. We have those results that we give the district as well. So, yeah, we can put that all in a comprehensive.
And that would kind of help us as board members understand what's going on with our kids too.
Yeah.
What are those issues they're bringing forward? What about the families? Are they, are they still suffering from
Yes.
loss of work, what kind of issues
Immigration,
are they talking about?
yeah, domestic violence, alcoholism, so, all of it.
Right, all
yes.
of that stuff. That just gives us a picture of the important work that you're doing, and without the specifics. We don't need any names or
Yeah,
anything.
of course.
And again,
Yeah.
you're dealing mostly with the children in our elementary schools and some of the middle schools, yeah.
Yeah,
And that
absolutely.
we want to make sure that we're meeting those needs too. Thank you.
Ms.
thank you.
Leguizamo, final question on the topic.
Yeah, so last time there was a presentation, your organization talked about some concerns that I had, which was your team being used for non-services that you're hired to do. How is that going? Is it reduced or removed? Just
largely yes. I think
good.
that
That's
I
what I
mean,
wanted to hear.
Yeah, largely yes. We worked through that beginning of the year, all hands on deck approach. We tried to say, hey, paying a lot of money for us to be a bus monitor, maybe not the best use of. And so we're through those conversations. I think beginning of the year, it's just everyone's hands on deck. But we've definitely enjoyed it.
I'm excited about that. No, thank you for that clarification. I appreciate it. Board President?
No, I appreciate that. And
Thank you.
the next one was just a renewal. So we're going to the presentation. It's already 8:08. This is our MOI data. This is an important dipstick to see where we are as a district, and use this data in order to make informed decisions around where we need to place additional supports.
All right, thank you. So I'm going to ask Dr. Brown to come up to the podium.
Alright.
And again, this is going to be a lengthy presentation. It's our data. I'm glad that we have data. I think we all know, because if we read and follow any ideas, we know where the data is going. But I also want us to write down our questions so to make sure that Dr. Brown is able to get through the presentation, and then we can always go back if there are specific questions that are not answered.
All right. Good evening, Board President, Superintendent Placencia, board members, and members of the community. Tonight, we will provide a mid-year update on student progress. As typical, we always remind our folks of our mission and vision, how we serve the community, and our core beliefs, especially number 1 on the next slide, how we believe that all children will learn. Next slide. For today, we will primarily focus on performance on our middle of the year NWEA assessment in the subjects of reading, math, and science. But we also wanted to provide some context and an update on our students' attendance, social emotional measures, and high school on-track status.
Thank you, Dr. Brown. Can you guys hear me? Okay. So prior to jumping into the data that Dr. Brown just mentioned, I wanted to just share the board with a real quick summary slide of some things that you've already heard before. Some key findings that we've already presented to the board on issues related to learning loss, the COVID slide, and this speaks to the challenge before us, right? So, it also speaks to the hard work that's happening in the schools on a daily basis, and that the pandemic has and still continues to be a challenge for our students. So just a quick refresher, obviously since March of 2020, most students across the nation have been in some kind of remote or hybrid learning environment for the last year and a half. Students have made some progress during the pandemic, but they've been growing at much slower rates pre-pandemic, and I think we showed you some data related to that. I don't remember when it was, but we showed you some pre-pandemic, I think it was at our BOY presentation, where we look at how students did pre-pandemic versus post-pandemic. This next bullet speaks to students in the state of Illinois. So the average month of learning recovery needed for all students in the state of Illinois is 4.9 months for math and 4.3 months of learning recovery needed for reading. For minority students in low-income districts like Waukegan, the number of months needed for recovery are far greater. Learning loss does not include, as you've heard throughout tonight's presentations, the additional impact of trauma, mental health, SEL, and other access to educational supports in the household, and learning loss for students who are categorized as EL or DL are even more exacerbated. So we thought it was important to kind of just keep that in mind as we go through tonight's data presentation, that we are still dealing with some post-pandemic learning loss issues and are planning to address those. So first and foremost, the next 3 slides you see will show you our district's average attendance percentage over the course of the last 3 years for the months of September through January. So what we wanted to do was kind of paint a picture of where the district has been attendance-wise 2019, 2020, 2021 over the course of the last 3 years. And this first slide is for our elementary schools. In most cases, you'll see there has been a slight decline in some student attendance during the pandemic. Keep in mind that these are all district averages, and the data may vary from school to school. In some schools, we are seeing attendance percentages impacted negatively because of the number of students who are quarantining on a regular basis as well. The research is clear about attendance, right? If students are not physically present in schools, they do not learn. Oops. The next slide you'll see is our 3-year comparison of middle school attendance. And the next slide is our 3-year comparison of high school attendance.
And I just want for context, and I'm sorry for breaking my own rule, but the 2020 numbers were in quarantine or during quarantine. I just want for reference.
Yep, when students were hybrid, correct. And as I think it was the representative from Human Services, that we did find that there was some higher participation rates for students that were remote as well. Next slide. All right, the next slide talks about our on-track rates. So despite some of the challenges that we've seen, not only in attendance, but in other performance areas, our high school team has worked really hard this year to improve our on-track rates across all of the grade levels. This graph shows the on-track rates across each grade level from the beginning of the year, so August, September, to the end of semester 1. So at the end of semester 1, which I believe was January 11th, currently our freshman on-track rate was 78.2%. Sophomore on track, 54.1%. Junior on track, 59.2%. And our senior on track to graduate was 65.5%. Now the challenge before us is to sustain and maintain these numbers moving into second semester, as we find that it gets more difficult to keep students motivated, energized, staying with staff, especially given some of the issues that we're experiencing with absenteeism, mental health, SEL, etc. Another data, next slide please, thank you. Thank you. Another data point that we also look at is our Panorama SEL survey results. So the Panorama SEL questionnaire measures student mindsets, it measures student behaviors, students' attitudes that may or may not be related to success in and beyond the classroom. Schools in our district use this data as an SEL screener to provide valuable information for their PLCs, their MTSS teams, their leadership teams, etc. So students take this survey 3 times a year. There's a BOI, MOI, and EOI survey that students take. Students in grades K through 12 take the survey. In our early primary grades, kindergarten, first, and second, that survey is administered by the teacher or completed by the teacher. Students in grades 3 through 12 take that survey independently. And the survey measures different student competencies and other well-being measures, which I'll get to on that next slide. So each student's score, there's individual reports that schools can run. The MTSS team runs the reports as well. Each student receives a score that's based on their reported strengths as opposed to deficits in order to provide educators with a strength-based positive approach towards supporting each student's SEL growth. The MTSS teams collaborate with schools to review this data and determine the interventions that may be needed. So the next couple slides will kind of show you some of that information. Next slide, please. These are the 4 competencies that the survey captures: emotional regulation, and there's a definition there what that means, growth mindset, self-management, and social awareness. So students rate themselves on these 4 areas. The number, this graph represents students in grades 3 through 5 who took the survey in the MOI window. We had 2,375 students who took the survey. And as you can see, from a BOI to an MOI comparison, in those 4 competencies, you'll see, for example, the first one, emotional regulation, there was a slight decrease in how students rated themselves as it relates to emotional regulation. Growth mindset, we saw an increase for our elementary school students. Self-management, we saw a slight increase. Social awareness, we saw a slight increase. The next slide speaks to students in grades 6 through 12, and you can see a little bit different picture here. Again, those same 4 competencies. In terms of emotional regulation, we saw that our students rated themselves as not as favorable as they were in the beginning of the year. Same with growth mindset. They decreased in 4 percentage points in terms of how they viewed themselves as it relates to growth mindset. Self-management, -5. Social awareness, we saw a 2 percentage point decrease in social awareness. So I think, again, this data speaks to kind of how our students are feeling about themselves as a whole, and some of their executive functioning skills and some of their social, emotional, and mental health abilities currently as they are sitting in our classrooms today. And this poses the challenge for us. As you heard from Asian Human Services tonight and Youth Guidance, that they're working, the demand is far greater than they have services that they can provide. So this is the fight that our teachers are facing every day in the classroom. So what is all this data telling us in terms of the SEL data? It tells us that students in WPS are having a difficult time adjusting back to in-person instruction. I think if you talk to any person who's been in the classroom, or principals or assistant principals or behavior specialists, they will tell you that this year has been challenging for many reasons. Compared to other students in similar grades nationally, WPS 60 students are struggling more with self-management, with social awareness, and with emotional regulation. It also verifies for us that there's an ongoing need for mental health and SEL supports in our schools. It also verifies for us that our students' perception of themselves is continually being impacted by the pandemic. And this data justifies that our district has to continue to focus on developing our Tier 1 SEL curriculum for all students. Those are some separate data points outside of the assessment data that Dr. Brown's going to share with you this evening. So now I'm going to turn it back over to Dr. Brown and he'll go through our assessments. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Null. As mentioned in the beginning of the year presentation, we will review some of the same types of statistics that we reviewed at the beginning of the year. So as mentioned in the beginning of the year presentation, the district has shifted to focusing on the end of year measures, year-over-year progress, and common formative assessments that are embedded within the curriculum. Pretty soon you will hear about those. We continue to use assessments such as NWEA to give a global indication of student achievement and growth at specific points during the school year, beginning of the year, middle of the year, end of year. The following results will be presented for the BOY and MOY testing windows. We will look at the results across the district by grade level, by race, ethnicity, by school, all by the language of instruction. We're doing this because everyone wanted to hear all of those different levels.
I just need to ask one question.
Our EL department designates...
Dr. Brown, one question.
Yes.
Okay, this is not our state report card data?
No. This is our local assessment, our checkpoint during the year.
That's all, okay.
Yes.
I just wanted to...
When our state data comes out, then we'll present that. So our EL department designates courses that should be taught in Spanish. Those courses are then assessed in Spanish. the language of instruction. When students are in grade levels that participate in state testing, they also may experience the NWEA test in English because our state test for reading assesses in English. So when we see our results, we will see math in English, math in Spanish, reading in English, reading in Spanish, throughout all of those different levels that I referred to. So to recap what we learned or what we talked about in the fall presentation, NWEA is an adaptive test, and it allows students to demonstrate their knowledge, whether it be if they're performing at the low level or they're performing at the high level. So it allows them to demonstrate what they know, understand, and can do. So lots of students across the nation take this test, and that allows us to have national percentile ranks that allow us to see how students are doing, our students are doing compared to others across the nation. Those percentile ranks, in order to help us use them, are divided into 5 different performance bands that you see on the screen there. High, high average, average, low average, and low. The important thing to remember is that students that score at the 70th percentile or above are more likely to meet standards on our state assessments. So that's what we look for as our dipstick. Students that score in the average or above average level or above levels are very likely to be able to access grade level material without needing additional supports. Students that are scoring below that are likely to need additional supports. So it's a way for schools to be able to quickly disaggregate their data to find out who's in need of additional supports. Next slide. So now, over the course of the year, we do expect students to grow, and they typically do grow by increasing their achievement levels as measured by their test score. Students that don't increase their achievement levels, of course, fall behind. Now, this chart I included so that you would get a glimpse of what it takes for students to increase their achievement level. So, for example, I'm looking at the top row there. Student that starts the year with a RIT score, scale score of 197 in a certain grade level. That student might be classified as scoring at the 43rd percentile. And based on our chart earlier, we can tell if they're in the average, low average category. If they stay at a score of 197 during the winter testing, their percentile actually drops to the 28th percentile. If they still remain at a score of 197 or thereabouts, their percentile at the end of the year drops again, their ranking, to 20th percentile. So just to reiterate that it's important for students to be able to increase that score. Now, for a student to maintain their standing of that 43rd percentile, in the fall they start with a score of 197. In the winter, they need to move up to a score of 203. In the spring, they need to move up yet again to a score of 208. I'm showing you this as an example so that as we talk about the scores and the percentile rankings from fall to winter to spring, understand that that scale score has to change. So students have to move. So even if you have a student that stays in the average category, it's possible for them to still have grown quite a great deal, but still remain in that category. All right. So I also want to mention that we use percentile rank to discuss student scores on this test because every grade level on the NWEA test has a different range of RIT scores. Second grade can range from 100 to 150. Third grade can be 120 to, and so that's why we don't necessarily talk RIT scores, we talk percentile ranks because they're common across. All right, so let's start with our math results. Periodically, you will see a chart like this. It's not intended for you to read right now at this particular moment, but for reference, for later. It just spells out how many students tested, how they scored in each category, for reference, for later. But I wanted to point out that our students took this test between December and January of this year. Those that tested, for the most part, we had the same number of students test, but those that did not test were due to absences, typically COVID related. The table on top represents fall math performance. The table on bottom represents winter performance. You will see tables that are separated like that, and at times they will be side to side. Now, here we have our next slide. I forgot I'm not controlling it. Here we have our NWEA math performance in English. On the left are fall figures, and on the right are the current winter figures. We will present data for the entire group, in this case, grades 2 through 8. And then on subsequent slides, we will break that down into smaller groups so that you can get a good look at it, so that we're not going to stay on the same slide for quite a long time. Most data will follow this a similar format like this throughout the presentation. So if you look on the right side of each of the graphs where the brackets are, I won't have brackets for the rest, but on the right side of the graph, you'll see that students in grades 2 through 8 are performing right now at about the same level as they were in the fall in terms of the percentile levels. That doesn't mean that the students stayed at that same percentile, but that they're, in general, we're at the same levels. We have about 48% of the students scoring in the lowest performance level and 13% scoring in the top 2 performance levels. I'll refer to the top 2 performance levels over and over again because that's where we want students to land in order to have their best shot of performing on the state test, which we're going to report on at the end of the year. And then those that are at the bottom performance level in red, because we really want to move those students out of that performance level. As with all the slides, students that are performing in that bottom performance level, those are likely those that are in need of additional supports, whether it be math or reading, depending on the slide that we're on. So for each of the slides, I'll refer to that far right column, and then at times I'll talk about the columns that are in between. Next slide. So now, for our first slide, we are looking at middle grades. So each of the middle grades, each grade level in the middle grades increased in the percentage of students scoring in the lowest performance level while maintaining the proportion of students scoring in the highest 2 performance levels. 47% of the middle school students tested in English may be in need of additional supports. Next slide. In grades 2 through 5 at the elementary level, fewer students scored in the lowest 2 performance levels this winter, while up from 13% to 16%, more students scored in the top 2 performance levels. You will see throughout the presentation that when we take all scores in aggregate, we might see that many groups stayed the same. And it's not until we break it down by individual grade levels or that we break it down by individual student groups or individual schools that you start to see some differences. Notable gains are seen in grades 3 and 4 in the top 2 performance levels, each with 17% or more of the students scoring in the top 2 performance levels, and at the same time decreasing scoring in the lowest performance level, the type of movement that we do want to see. Next slide. In kindergarten and first grade, more students scored in the lowest performance level compared with fall, with significantly more in kindergarten. The percent of students scoring in the top performance level in first grade was comparable between the 2 testing terms. A quarter of kindergartners scored in the top 2 performance levels this winter, which is down from 30% in the fall. Next slide. Now we move on to math performance in Spanish. Again, a slide for your reference. Next slide. Here we have our students' performance in math in Spanish. Certain EL students across the district receive math instruction in Spanish and therefore may take the test in Spanish. These are typically dual language students in kindergarten, first, second, fourth, and seventh. Those particular grade levels. It's possible for other grade levels to take it, but those are the main grade levels. Kindergarten, first, second, fourth, and seventh. And then any K through 12 Spanish-speaking newcomers would participate in Spanish. As with math and English, the proportion of student scores in grades 2 through 8 are similar across the fall and winter testing terms. Over half of the students tested in math and Spanish indicate a likely need for additional supports in math. In grades 6 through 8, grade 7 is where students receive instruction in Spanish. I'm sorry, next slide. In grades 6 through 8, grade 7 is where students receive instruction in Spanish. 65% of 7th grade students scored in the lowest performance level, compared to 81% or more of students in grades 6 through 8. Grades 6 through 8 are there, but as I said, 7th grade is where the majority of students are receiving instruction in Spanish. Next slide. In grades 2 through 5, the proportion of students in each performance level remained the same from the fall testing period. Students in grade 4 showed improvement with a decrease in the percentage of students scoring in the lowest performance level, while increasing the percentage of students scoring in the highest 3 performance levels, that are the average level and above. While it's not a drastic movement, 4th grade is an example of incremental change, with students moving from the lowest performance levels up to the next. Next slide. In kindergarten and 1st grade, there were large increases in the percentage of students scoring in the lowest performance level, most notably again in kindergarten. Overall, about 50% of kindergarten and 1st grade EL students may be in need of additional supports in math. Next slide. Next, we turn to math results disaggregated by race and ethnicity. Across the district in grades kindergarten through 8th, there are about 47% of students scoring in the lowest performance level in math and English, with 15% scoring in the top 2 performance levels. That's the very bottom row. Note that population counts can differ greatly by student group, with Hispanic and Black being the largest student groups in Waukegan. Asian, multiracial, and white student groups each have 20% or more of their students scoring in the top 2 performance levels, and 39% or fewer scoring in the lowest performance level. Hispanic students have 14% scoring in the top 2 performance levels in English, with Black students scoring in the top 2 performance levels at a rate of 7%. Next slide. When compared to performance at the beginning of the year, Asian American and American Indian students are scoring at similar levels as the fall. Black students show similar proportions of students in the top 2 performance levels as the fall, but have increased the proportion of students scoring in the lowest performance level, with 62% likely in need of additional supports in math. Next slide. Hispanic students maintained similar performance levels from fall testing, with about 45% likely in need of additional supports, and approximately 14% being on track for meeting standards by the end of the year. Fewer multiracial students maintained performance in the top 2 performance levels, while white students showed an increase in the percentage of students in the lowest performance level, as well as the top 2 performance levels, increasing from 25% to 29%.
On this slide here, there's no Black students.
No, I will take all of them and break them down into smaller groups because there's too much on the slide to show the comparison. So on the previous slide, there were. Next slide. A couple of highlights from math performance in English. So overall in math English, for students in grades 2 through 8, they're performing at about the same proportions as they did in the fall. 13% in the top performance levels and 48% in the lowest performance levels. In grades 3 and 4, they increased the performance in the top 2 levels with 17% in grade 4 and 18% in grade 3. 25% of kindergarten students scored in the top 2 performance levels, with the percentage in the lowest level increasing to 34%. In the middle grades, the proportion of students in the top 2 levels remains similar to fall levels. In K through 8, over 60% of Black students are in need of additional supports in math. Overall, 47% of K through 8 students may be in need of additional supports in math in English. A few Spanish highlights. Next slide. Thank you. Students in grades K through 2, 4, and 7 typically take the math test in Spanish. Overall, for math and Spanish, students in grades 2 through 8 are performing again at the same levels as they were in the fall. Overall, 8% in the top 2 performance levels and 56% in the lowest performance level. In the middle grades, students are also performing at the same proportions as fall, with 72% in need of additional supports. Overall, 50% of kindergarten and first grade students testing in math in Spanish may be in need of additional supports. Now, let's move on to math by school. Again, for the slides, you'll see all of the schools together, and then we'll break it down into the individual groups of schools. So our first slide, here we have our 5 middle schools. Overall, about 11% of middle school students are scoring in the top 2 performance levels, while 47% are scoring in the lowest performance level and likely in need of additional support. While Edith Smith Middle School has the lowest percentage of students likely in need of additional supports, John Lewis has the highest percentage of students scoring in the top 2 performance levels combined. Next slide. In comparing each school's fall performance to their winter performance, the proportion of students in each performance level is very similar at both Smith and Benny Middle Schools. Next slide. At John Lewis and Robert Abbott, students are scoring at similar levels as they did in the fall, with a few more students scoring in the lowest performance level this winter at Abbott, 49%. Miguel Juarez Middle School had an increase in the percentage of students scoring in the lowest performance level to 54% from 46%, and a slight decrease in the percentage of students scoring in the top 2 performance levels. Next slide. In math taken in Spanish, 135 students scored in the lowest performance level, indicating a likely need for additional supports. Again, typically EL students in 7th grade take the test in Spanish. And I say that so that we can keep that in mind. Next slide. Here we have fall and winter performance in Spanish for Smith, Benny, and Lewis Middle Schools. Next slide.
What grade level?
All grades that took the test.
So you combined all the data?
For that particular test, because it's by school. Is this slide 41? Let's see. John Lewis. Okay, thanks.
Because those numbers are...
And finally, Juarez and Abbott Middle School student performance in math in Spanish. Oh, yes, because we're disregarding Lewis. According to our winter test results, the majority of students that tested in Spanish and math are in need of additional supports. While fewer students tested in the fall in Spanish, the pattern of performance remains very similar in the winter. Next slide. Here, we have all 15 elementary schools' performance in math in English. Across the district, in kindergarten through 5th grade, approximately 15% of students are on track to likely meet standards by the end of the school year. 47% are likely in need of additional supports in math. Cook Magnet, Macaw, Little Fort, Clark, Greenwood, and Whittier all have 19% or more of their students scoring in the top 2 performance levels. Clark, Cook, and Macaw each have fewer than a third of their students scoring in the lowest performance level. Carmen Buckner, Clearview, Glenwood, Hyde Park, Lyon, North, Oakdale, and Washington have approximately 50% or more students that scored in the lowest performance level at this winter's testing. Next slide. In comparing fall performance with winter performance, Clearview's performance remains similar to fall, while both Clark and Carmen Buckner decreased the proportion of students scoring in the lowest performance level, and they increased the proportion of students scoring in the top 2 performance levels. Clark had a significant increase. Next slide. Here we have Cook, Glen Flora, and Glenwood Elementary's winter performance. They are very similar to their fall performance. Next slide. Here we see Little Fort and Greenwood decreasing the percent of students scoring in the lowest performance level, while increasing the percent of students scoring in the top 2 performance levels since fall testing. While the percentage of students scoring in the lowest performance level increased for Hyde Park Elementary, the percentage of students scoring in the top 3 performance levels increased significantly. This resulted in shrinking the percentage of students scoring in the low average or the orange performance level. Next slide. Lastly, we have Lyon, Macaw, and North Elementary. Macaw Elementary students increased the percentage of students scoring in the top 2 performance levels from 24 to 29%. Lyon and North both have student performance proportions that are similar to fall. Next slide. I'm sorry, I thought that wasn't the end. Now we have Whittier, Washington, and Oakdale Elementary. Whittier students showed improvement with decreases in the percentage of students in the orange, low average performance level, and increases in the average and high performance levels. That's for Whittier. Washington students show improvement with decreases in the percentage of students in the lowest 2 performance levels and an increase in the average performance level. Both of these schools are good examples of positive incremental change. Oakdale Elementary students' performance is very similar to their fall performance, but with 69% of the students scoring in the lowest 2 performance levels. Next slide. Here we have all 15 elementary schools' performance in math in Spanish. Across the district, in kindergarten through 5th grade, approximately 11% of the students are on track to likely meet standards by the end of the school year, and 51% are likely in need of additional supports in math. And yes, they can take the state test in Spanish for math. Cook Magnet, Greenwood, Hyde Park, and Little Fort have 15% or more of their students scoring in the top 2 performance levels. 10 elementary schools have 50% or more of their students scoring in the lowest performance level. Next slide. In comparison to the fall, each school, Carmen Buckner, Clark, and Clearview, increased the percentage of students scoring in the lowest performance level. Clearview maintained the percentage of students scoring in the top 3 performance levels. Each school has over 50% of the students scoring in the lowest performance levels in math, in Spanish. Next slide. Here we have Cook, Glenwood, and Glen Flora. Cook Elementary decreased the percentage of students scoring in the lowest performance level while maintaining the top 2 performance level percentages and moving students into the top 3 performance levels. Glenwood increased the percentage of students scoring in the lowest performance level while increasing the percentage of students scoring in the top 3 performance levels at the same time. Glen Flora, students lost ground, increasing from 42 to 58% of the students scoring in the lowest performance level, indicating a likely higher need for additional supports. Next slide. We have Greenwood, Hyde Park, and Little Fort. Greenwood Elementary improved the percentage of students scoring in the top 2 performance levels from fall, but they also increased the percentage of students scoring in the lowest performance level. Hyde Park, their performance was similar to their performance in the fall. Little Fort, they improved on each end of the scale, lowering the percentage of students scoring in the lowest performance level while increasing the percentage of students scoring in the top 2 performance levels. Next slide. Lyon Elementary, Macaw, and North. Lyon Elementary students' performance was similar to their fall performance. For Macaw students, their performance was also similar to their fall performance, with the exception of fewer students scoring in the top 2 performance levels in math and Spanish. North Elementary students' performance hold on a second, I'm sorry. Okay, that's what I thought. So North maintained their student performance in the top 2 performance levels, while the percentage of students scoring in the lowest performance level increased from 51 to 59%. Next slide. Whittier, Oakdale, and Washington. Whittier's performance was similar to their fall performance. Oakdale and Washington's performance is also similar to their fall performance, but just with a slight increase in the percentage of students scoring in the top 3 performance levels, a slight increase. Next slide. So, math highlights according to the schools. Edith Smith for middle schools and Clark and Cook and Macaw for the elementary schools all have the lowest percentage of students scoring in the low performance level in English, in math. Cook Magnet, Macaw, Little Fort, Clark, Greenwood, and Whittier have 19% or more of their students scoring in the top 2 performance levels. Carmen Buckner, Clearview, Glenwood, Hyde Park, Lyon, North, and Oakdale and Washington have about 50% or more of their students that scored in the lowest performance level in English. Macaw and Clark, they significantly increased the percentage of students scoring in the top 2 performance levels in English, Washington and Whittier showed improvement with shifts of students in the middle performance levels in English. And in Spanish, 10 elementary schools have 50% or more of their students scoring in the lowest performance level. And in Spanish, Cook Magnet, Greenwood, Hyde Park, and Little Fort have at least 15% or more of their students scoring in the top 2 performance levels. Now we turn to reading. Again, a reference slide for you. Okay, here we have NWEA reading performance in English. On the left again are the fall figures, and on the right are the current winter figures. At first look, on the right side of each of those graphs, students in grades 2 through 8 are performing now at about the same proportions as they were in the fall, with about 44% of students scoring in the lowest performance level and 17% scoring in the top 2 performance levels. Next slide. For the middle school grades, there was an increase in the percentage of students scoring in the lowest performance levels from 36% in the fall to 40% this winter. Both 6th and 7th grade contribute to the overall increase, while 8th grade student scores were similar to their fall performance. Next slide. In the elementary grade levels, overall, student performance was still very similar to the fall performance. Within individual grade levels, as I said before, there are some differences. In grade 2, there was a decrease in the percentage of students scoring in the highest 2 performance levels from fall. The lowest performance level percentage held at about 54%. In this example, it appears that students may have trickled down to the lower 3 performance levels. Grades 3 and 5 maintained similar performance to their fall proportions. Grade 4 students increased the percentage of students scoring in the lowest performance level and decreased the percentage of students scoring in the highest performance level. Next slide. Overall, in grades kinder and first, about 17% of students scored in the top 2 performance levels. This is similar to fall's performance, but there were fewer students that tested in the winter. The percentage of students scoring in the lowest performance level increased from 34 to 45% this winter. This increase is reflected in both kindergarten and first grade graphs. Next slide. Now we will turn to reading performance in Spanish. Here we have our elementary grades performance in reading in Spanish. Overall, percentages are not very different from the fall, but the top performance level percentages decreased while the lowest performance level percentages increased from 35 to 39%. Each grade level showed an increase in the percentage scoring in the lowest performance level, with the exception of 5th grade. Many grade levels maintained percentages above 15% for those top 2 performance levels, with grade 2 seeing 30%, grade 5, 22% of their students, and grade 8, 22% of their students performing in those top 2 performance levels. Next slide. Overall, for the middle grades, winter performance was on par with fall performance, with 47% scoring in the lowest performance level and 15% scoring in the top performance levels. 8th grade does stand out, with approximately 22% of students scoring in the top 2 performance levels and less than 40% in the lowest performance level in reading in Spanish. Next slide. Overall, in grades 2 through 5, winter performance again was very similar. though we had a rise in the percent of students scoring in the lowest performance level from 31 to 36%. Each grade level maintained at least 18% of their students scoring in the top 2 performance levels, with second graders seeing 30% in the top 2 performance levels and only 19% in the lowest performance level, only 19%. Grade 4 students slightly increased the percentage of students scoring in the lowest performance level to 49%. And grade 5 students decreased the percentage of students scoring in the lowest performance level from 40% to 37%. Next slide. Lastly, students in kindergarten and first grade saw increases in the percentage of students scoring in the lowest performance level, with kindergarten rising from 25% to 36%, and first grade only slightly, from 33% to 36%. Both grades saw decreases in the percentage of students scoring in the top 2 performance levels, but they maintained at least 25% of the students scoring in those 2 top performance levels. Now we turn to reading results disaggregated by race, ethnicity. Across the district in grades kindergarten through 8th, there are about 44% of students scoring in the lowest performance level in reading and English, and 17% in the top 2 performance levels. Next slide. In comparing group performance to the fall, we see that American Indian and Black student groups with similar results. Slight growth in the percentage of students scoring in the lowest performance level, and 2 percentage points decreases in the percentage of students scoring in the top 2 performance levels. Asian students increased their standing overall, lowering the percentage of students in the lowest performance level and increasing the percentage of students scoring in the top 2 performance levels. Next slide. White, multiracial, and Hispanic student group performances were very similar to their fall performance, though each group had an increase in the percentage of students scoring in the lowest performance level.
Again, I'm not seeing
You just, it was on the last slide, percent.
The previous slide and the slide before that.
Blacks are with the Asian and American Indians.
Next slide. Some reading highlights in English and then in Spanish. So overall in English, when we have students in grades 2 through 8, they're performing at the same proportions as they did in the fall, 17% in the top performance levels and 44% in the lowest. Grades 3 and 5 maintain similar performance proportions as the fall. 21% of kindergarten students scored in the top 2 performance levels, with the percentage in the lowest level increasing to 32%. And we really want to keep those kindergartners in those top levels. In the middle grades, the proportion of students in the lowest performance level increased sharply in grades 6 and 7 in English. Asian, multiracial, and white student groups all have over 25% of their students scoring in the top 2 performance levels, and over 44% of K-8 students might be in need of additional supports in reading in English. Note that that includes older students that are in dual language classrooms. Next slide. Dual language students in grades K through 8 typically take the reading test in Spanish. Overall in reading in Spanish, for students in grades 2 through 8, the top performance level percentages decreased while the lowest performance level percentages increased. Many grade levels maintain percentages above 15% for the top 2 performance levels, with grade 2 seeing 30% and grades 5 and 8 seeing 22%. In the middle grades, we see 47% of the students are scoring in the lowest performance level and 15% in the top performance level. 8th grade stood out with 22% scoring in the top 2 performance levels and less than 40% in the lowest performance level. Overall, 36% of the kindergarten first grade students testing reading in Spanish indicate a need for additional support. Now let's review reading performance by school. Here we have our 5 middle schools. Overall, about 18% of middle school students are scoring in the top 2 performance levels, and 40% are scoring in the lowest performance level. As was the case with math, Edith Smith Middle School has the lowest percentage of students likely in need of additional supports, 31%. And John Lewis has the highest percentage of students scoring in the top 2 performance levels combined, 26%. 2 middle schools, Smith and Lewis, have 20% or more students scoring in the top 2 performance levels in grades 6, 7, and 8. Robert Abbott and Edith Smith both have fewer than 40% of their students scoring in the lowest performance level. Next slide. In comparing fall to winter performance, both Smith and Benny Middle Schools had a decrease in the percentage of students scoring in the top 2 performance levels, with only Benny increasing the percentage of students scoring in the lowest performance level. Next slide. In this group, Robert Abbott Middle School showed improvement by decreasing the percentage of students scoring in the lowest performance level from 44 to 39%, and they increased the percentage of students scoring in the top 2 performance levels from 13 to 15%. Both Lewis and Juarez Middle Schools increased the percentage of students scoring in the lowest performance level and decreased the percentage of students scoring in the top 2 performance levels. Lewis Middle School still had over 1/4 of their students scoring in the top 2 performance levels, even with that decrease. Next slide. This is a snapshot of our 5 middle schools and the performance of their students that tested reading in Spanish. Overall, 15% of students tested scored in the top 2 performance levels, while about half of the students scored in the lowest performance level. Of the students tested at Robert Abbott, almost 1/4 of them scored in the top 2 performance levels, with only 1/3 scoring in the lowest performance level. Next slide. In comparing fall to winter, the percentage of students scoring in the top 2 performance levels decreased from 20% to 11% at Edith Middle School, while John Lewis Middle School, the percentage of students scoring in the top 2 performance levels increased from 11 to 15% in the winter. At both middle schools, the proportion of students scoring in the lowest performance level remained similar to the fall. Next slide. Our last 2 middle schools results show Robert Abbott Middle School with an increase in the percentage of students scoring in the top levels over fall from 17 to 24%, and a decrease in the percentage of students scoring in the lowest performance level, now 34%, down from 46%. At Juarez Middle School, the percentage of students scoring in the lowest performance level increased to 54%, while the percentage of students scoring in the top 2 performance levels decreased from 18 to 13%. Next, we have our 15 elementary schools with their English reading performance. Overall, about 17% of the students in kindergarten through 5th grade scored in the top 2 performance levels, while 46% scored in the lowest performance level. This is that bottom row. 8 elementary schools, Clark, Greenwood, Little Fort, Macaw, Oakdale, Washington, and Whittier have 15% or more students scoring in those top 2 performance levels, while Clark, Cook, Little Fort, and Macaw each have 20% or more students scoring in the top 2 performance levels. 7 elementary schools have 50% or more students scoring in the lowest performance level. Cook and Macaw have a third or fewer students scoring in the lowest performance level. Next slide. Carmen Buckner, Clark, and Clearview Elementary are presented on this slide. All 3 schools' students' performance is similar to their fall performance. Next slide. Here we have Cook Magnet, Glen Flora, and Glenwood Elementary schools. At each elementary, fewer students scored in the top 2 performance levels this winter. At Glen Flora and Glenwood Elementary schools, the percentage of students that scored in the lowest performance level increased to where 50% of students there may be in need of additional supports in reading in English. Here we have Greenwood, Hyde Park, and Little Fort Elementary schools. Little Fort's winter performance is similar to their fall performance, with about 25% of the students scoring in the top 2 performance levels. At Hyde Park and Greenwood, the percentage of students scoring in the top 2 performance levels decreased slightly, bringing Greenwood to 17% and Hyde Park to 12%. At both schools, the percentage of students scoring in the lowest performance level increased. Almost half of each school's students that tested show a likely need for additional supports in reading in English. Next slide. Here we have Lyon, Macaw, and North Elementary schools. There was a slight decrease in the percentage of students scoring in the top 2 performance levels, as well as a slight increase in the percentage of students scoring in the lowest performance level at each of the schools. Over half of the students at Lyon and North have scores that may indicate a need for additional supports, while 33% of the students at Macaw show the same. Next slide. Of the students tested this winter at Whittier, Washington, and Oakdale, proportions of students scoring in each level are similar to the fall. There was an increase in the percentage of students scoring in the top 2 performance levels at Washington Elementary School, with significantly fewer students testing in the winter. In each building, almost half of the students tested show a likely need of additional supports. Next slide. Here we have our 15 elementary schools and their reading performance in Spanish. Overall, 24% of the students tested scored in the top 2 performance levels, while just over a third of the students scored in the lowest performance level. 12 out of the 15 elementary schools had 20% or more of their students scoring in the top 2 performance levels. Cook, Clearview, and Greenwood had 29% or more of their students scoring in the top 2 performance level. Cook, Lyon, Greenwood, and Glenwood each had fewer than 33% of their students scoring in the lowest performance level. Next slide. In comparing our fall performance with winter, we see Carmen Buckner students maintained at about 17% of their students in the top 2 performance levels and 41% in the lowest. Clark Elementary also maintained about 26% of their students scoring in the top 2 performance levels, but they increased the percentage scoring in the lowest performance level. Clearview Elementary slightly increased the percentage of students scoring in the lowest performance level, but also increased the percentage of students scoring in the top 2 performance levels, up to 29% from 26% in the fall. Next slide. Cook Elementary decreased the percentage of students scoring in the top performance levels, but maintained 30% of the students in the top performance level. Only 11% of the students scored in the lowest performance level. Glenflora and Glenwood both saw a decrease in the percentage of students scoring in the top 2 performance levels and an increase in the students scoring in the lowest performance level. Scores at Glenflora indicate that 41% of students tested there and 31% of students tested at Glenwood may be in need of additional supports in reading in Spanish. Next slide. Here we have Greenwood, Hyde Park, and Little Fort Elementary schools. Greenwood Elementary maintained 16% of their students scoring in the top performance level in winter. There was a slight increase to 31% of the students scoring in the lowest performance level, but a dramatic shift in the percentage of students scoring in the low average performance levels. The low average performance level decreased to from 33% down to 19%, while the average performance level expanded from 9% to 23%. Hyde Park Elementary School decreased the percentage of students in the lowest performance level to 34%, while maintaining the percentage of students scoring in the top 2 performance levels at 28%. Little Fort Elementary increased the percentage of students in the lowest performance level to 39%, while also increasing the percentage of students scoring in the top 2 performance levels, up to 25%. Next slide. Here we have Lyon, Macaw, and North. At Lyon Elementary, less than a third of the students are scoring in the lowest performance level in reading and Spanish, while about 19% are scoring in the top 2 performance levels, up from 17% in the fall. At Macaw Elementary, they increased the percentage of students scoring in the lowest performance level to 40% from 29% in the fall, and decreased the percentage of students scoring in the top 2 performance levels from 28 to 20%. At North Elementary, 40% of the students scored in the lowest performance level, while the percentage of students scoring in the top 2 performance levels decreased from 25% to 19%. Next slide. Lastly, we have Whittier, Washington, and Oakdale Elementary Schools. All 3 schools had an increase in the percentage of students in the lowest performance level. Each school's percentage of students scoring in the top 2 performance levels decreased from fall testing, with each school maintaining at least 20% of their students in those performance levels. Few highlights from the schools. Overall, 21% of the middle school students are scoring in the top 2 performance levels, with 36% in the lowest level in English. Edith Smith and John Lewis have the most students scoring in the top 2 performance levels in grades 6, 7, and 8 in English. 7 elementary schools have 50% or more students scoring in the lowest performance level in English. And 8 elementary schools have 15% or more students scoring in the top 2 performance levels in English. Cook, Clark, Little Fort, and Macaw each have 20% or more in the top 2 performance levels in English. Overall, 15% of middle school students tested in Spanish scored in the top 2 performance levels, with 47% in the lowest. At Abbott Middle School in Spanish, the percentage of students scoring in the top 2 performance levels increased to 24%, where they only had a third of the students in the lowest performance level. In Spanish, 12 out of the 15 elementary schools had 20% or more of their students scoring in the top 2 performance levels in reading. And Cook, Lyon, Greenwood, and Glenwood had fewer than a third of their students scoring in the lowest performance level. Now a quick look at our science performance. For science, we have one slide where we present students in grade 8 that participated in the science test this winter. The winter test scores showed there was a slight increase in the percentage of students that scored in the top 2 performance levels, from 19.5 to 20.6. And we see a slight decrease in that lowest level, from 38.7 to 37.6. This is just another example of some upward incremental movement that we're looking for. Now we will end with our K through 3 reading fluency performance. Ensuring that all students are reading on grade level by the end of grade 3 has been an important district goal. This year, we continued the use of MAP fluency to measure K through 3 oral reading skills, but the majority of schools will transition back to using the Amplifier, TRC, and DIBELS tools to measure oral reading skills next year. Teachers are now back in the classroom with students, and they can sit with them one-on-one to assess students. Just to recap for you, we introduced reading fluency back in the 2021 school year in order for us to be able to assess remotely. It's currently one of 2 available tools to assess reading in the district. It's adaptive, as with our older assessment, so that we can screen students. The test is available in Spanish and in English. And student performance levels are based on grade level expectations, not percentiles, but grade level expectations, where they're expected to be by the end of the grade level. Students were assigned the adaptive oral reading test, which will either direct them to the oral reading portion or foundational skills portion, depending on what the student needs. And the students can take the test in approximately 20 minutes on their computer. Again, revisiting the snapshot for you, just so that you see the map of what happens. I won't read through this. So next slide. Although the MAP reading fluency test provides score details on all the sections that you see there, our presentation will focus on the adaptive oral reading results and the decoding results, similar to the results that we'll present going forward, even with the other assessment. Next slide, please. Oh, thank you. Just a reference slide for you. Next slide. Here we have blue and green, our reading fluency performance for all students in grades K through 3, no matter whether they took it in Spanish or in English. Green is our foundational skills portion. Blue is our oral reading portion. Oral reading, of course, is reading connected text aloud and being able to understand what you read. So, students in grades K through 3 use their Chromebooks to interact with questions and passages, reading aloud as needed. Here we have our winter results disaggregated by reading test. Next slide. Students in grades K through, our winter results show that 29% of the students tested in K through 3 were promoted to the oral reading portion of the test. 71% of the students were routed to the foundational portion of the test. This is improvement over fall performance, where only 20% of the students were promoted to the oral reading test in the fall. It is expected that through the middle of the year, that students in kindergarten and first grade will likely route to the foundational skills aspect of the test, because they are not likely to read connected text at all or very well. Approximately 9% of our first graders tested into the oral reading aspect of MAP fluency, along with 38% of second graders and 67% of third graders. That's the blue that I'm referring to. Again, each grade level showing improvement over their fall figures. To see the improvement that kindergarten students have made, we have to really dig deeper into the foundational skills performance, because again, in kindergarten, for the most part, all are expected to be in that foundational skills area. Next slide. So now I talked about grade level expectations is how they rate and help us understand the results of this particular assessment, I wanted to include this slide so that you could see, just like at the beginning with our percentile graphic and how scale scores need to change in order for you to maintain, the same thing happens here. And I'll use first grade as an example with the levels with the purple arrow there. So student performance is rated according to grade level expectations. At different points during the year, those expectations change. Just like with MAP growth, a student must score at higher levels as the year progresses in order to maintain pace to meet grade level expectations by the end of the year. For example, first grade students are likely to be in transition working through mastering foundational skills before the end of the year. As their graphics shows, level 3 is the lowest level to be on track to meet expectations by the end of the school year. This is for first grade. By the spring, first grade students should not test into the foundational skills portion of math fluency at all. First grade students should test into the oral reading fluency portion of the test because they have mastered enough foundational skills to read and understand leveled connected text well. That's the expectation. Next slide. Now, again, we have beginning of the year on the left, middle of the year on the right. Now, beginning with students that were routed to the foundational skills aspect of the test. These are students that went to the foundational skills portion. Results are presented by grade level and by test language. There are some differences in how reading is taught in English and in Spanish. Recall that only a portion of the population will be represented here based on where they are scoring on the test. That initial graph that was blue and green, we're only talking about the green portion of students. At the top right, you see the key for the performance expectations. Specifically, what a student is ready to learn is going to be detailed in later slides. In kindergarten, what you see here, in kindergarten, 68% of the students tested in English and 86% of the students tested in Spanish are meeting or exceeding expectations at this time. These are improvements over fall performance. In first grade, 46% of students tested in English and 33% of students tested in Spanish are meeting or exceeding expectations at this time. These percentages are slightly lower than fall performance. In second and third grade, at the middle of the year, any student that tests in the foundational skills area is considered scoring below grade level expectations. And that's why you see the 100% figures there. What we look for in grades 2 and 3, and the reason why it's still there, is because we're looking for a decrease in the total number of kids that still test into that area, because we're trying to move them out. And we did see that movement on the blue and green slide. Just to recap at this, thank you, with this next slide. Second and third grade students are moving out of that foundational skills area into the oral reading area of the test, because both of them have increased their percentages in blue that are circled there. So even though you see it in all red, understand why, but we are moving them. Next slide. Now, because teachers still need specific information that will help them inform instruction, the test does give us information about their particular level. On the previous slide, we showed you levels 0 through 4 and where in my first grade example of how students progress. This is just what levels 0 through 4 and 5 mean under phonological awareness. Next slide. Now, this is an example slide. In the fall, we showed this slide with arrows to demonstrate the type of movement that would represent improvement over the course of the year. At the beginning of the year, more students may score in the lower levels of kindergarten, being exposed to rhyming, syllables, and initial sounds. As the year progresses, students should move to where the pattern of scores more reflect what you see in grade 3 at the top of the slide, with students moving into levels 3 and above. As the year progresses, we would also look to see the count of students reflected in this type of graph to decrease dramatically for grades 2 and 3 because we want them out of this area, but holding to the same pattern as you see in grade 3 there, with students scoring mostly in levels 3 and above. So that's the pattern that we're looking for. We won't talk about all of the percentages. We're looking for that type of pattern going forward. Next slide. Oh, thank you. Here we have the fall data on top of the winter data on top, and the winter data on the bottom for kindergarten and first grade. As you can see, both grade levels show improvement from fall and are beginning to move students from lower levels to the upper levels. There were 48% of kindergartners testing in the lower level of phonological awareness in the fall. Now, there are only 23% testing in the lowest levels. 3% were in the highest level, level 4 for kindergarten in the fall. Now there are 18% in the highest level. For first grade, there were 27% of students testing in level 4, and now there are 45% testing in level 4. Level 0 has decreased from 19% down to 10%. This is the type of movement that we want to see. Next slide. For grades 2 and 3, we see more progress with additional students moving towards the top levels. In grade 3 in the fall, there were 50% scoring in the top 2 performance levels. Now they're 53%. For grade 2, there were 45% scoring in the top 2 performance levels. Now they're 57%. The movement in these grades is not as dramatic as what we saw in kindergarten and first, but it still is the type of movement that we want to see. It's also likely, because this is the foundational skills test, that these are also students that are participating in interventions and receiving additional supports. Here is similar data for kindergarten and first grade in phonological awareness for the Spanish test. In kindergarten, the percentage of students scoring in the lowest performance level drops from 20 to only 8%. In first grade, all percentages of performance levels change in positive ways, showing student increases in skills demonstrated. Next slide. Here we see a similar pattern for grade 2 with a slight increase in level 4. And then there are some new students that are listed there in grade 3 for Spanish, but we will ignore those for now. And actually, let me just explain why those are there. In third grade, for this particular test, students will take it in English because, as I said before, in third grade they take the IAR in English. And in order to reduce the amount of testing that third grade dual language students have to take, we don't want them to have to take everything in English and Spanish. So this was a test that wasn't required for them. But there are times when a teacher said, I want to know, and that data gets snuck in there. So that's what you see here. All right. The last section of the foundational skills test is the phonics and word recognition section. In both English and Spanish, the percentage of kindergartners scoring in the top 2 performance levels increased, 47% in English, 53% in Spanish. The performance expectation has increased, and that resulted in 28% and 19% of kindergartners scoring in the lowest performance level now. That's in both English and Spanish. In first grade, fewer students met grade level expectations in winter. That's 34% down from 46% in English. And 55%, which is similar to the 56% in the fall, for Spanish. 34% of English testers and 28% of Spanish testers are likely in need of additional supports, showing in the red. Again, students in grades 2 through 3 are expected to be out and above foundational skills, so they will always show as red. And schools all use this data to determine any future interventions that are needed. Next slide. Just a reference slide showing you what those actual levels are for phonics and word recognition that are referred to in the next slide. So again, the patterns of student performance in the phonics and word recognition section is similar to what we saw in the phonological awareness section. The yellow and black arrows depict the pattern that we want to see over the course of the year. In the beginning of kindergarten, we expect to see most students scoring in the beginning levels and with few at the top levels with decodable words. With this in mind, look at the basic shape of the graphs for kindergarten comparing fall and winter. Students are progressing where in the fall, more than 80% were in the lowest two performance levels. Now in the winter, only 53%. 4% were in the top two performance levels, and now 28%. In first grade, we see similar movement with decreases in the lower performance levels and increases in the top performance levels. Next slide. As mentioned with phonological awareness, all students in grades 2 through 3 should already test out of foundational skills by December, or at least by the end of the school year. But those that are still testing here are showing small incremental reductions in the percentage of students scoring in the lowest two performance levels. And then they also are showing increases in the higher performance levels. In grade 3, we are not seeing the progress. Next slide. In Spanish in kindergarten, major progress can be seen with the reduction of students scoring in the lowest two performance levels and increases in the other levels, trickling on through. In first grade, we see more students reaching the top two performance levels compared to fall, but positive progress at every level. Next slide. I think there are just a couple more. In Spanish, students in grade 2 overall have not shown progress from their fall standing, as the score distribution, as you can see, is very similar to the fall. Prior to the end of the year, we would like to see all second and third grade students testing in the oral reading section of the test. Students and I've said that already, they test in English in third grade because they take the state test. Now let's move on, next slide, to the oral reading portion of the test in blue. So before we talked about all the foundational skills in green, now we'll talk only about the blue students. In the fall, 20% of the students in K3 were promoted to the oral reading portion of the test, and as you see again, that increased to 29% this year. And individually, more students in first, second, and third grade each tested into the oral reading portion of the test. Next slide. At the top right of the slide, you will again see the performance level expectations, but with the addition of that pink category that we saw in the fall. Due to the flexible nature of the test, it is possible for a student to complete the test but not have a score in every single section. For the oral reading test, students read passages. Those passages are recorded and scored by the computer. There are times when a student may read a grade level or higher passage silently. And because they read it silently, even though they may score very well on the comprehension portion, we don't have an accuracy score or a reading rate score. There are times when the teacher is able to score that, but if they read silently, they can't. So that's why you have some of the pink areas. Now, for kindergarten, students that are promoted to the oral reading section of the test, they're automatically scored as exceeding expectations because, again, if they're in kindergarten and reading, then they're exceeding expectations. Students scoring in the oral reading section of the test while in first grade are scored as either meeting or exceeding expectations only in the winter, because in the spring, that expectation is going to increase. So it's possible for them to fall behind. Next slide. In terms of oral reading accuracy, students that are promoted to the oral reading section of the test while in kindergarten or first grade must achieve a minimum level of accuracy to meet expectations. And when we say accuracy, we're talking about words read correctly. In first grade, 51% of students met or exceeded accuracy expectations in English, and that's down from 62%, while 59% met or exceeded accuracy expectations in Spanish. That's up from 26%. In both cases, more students are testing into these categories. So there is a chance that you have a student that was in foundational skills before, they're just barely making it into the oral reading fluency, and that's why they're not as accurate. In second grade, 49% of English testers and only 34% of Spanish testers met or exceeded expectations at this time. Both of them are increases, slight increase for the English testers. At least 12% of English testers and 28% of Spanish testers are likely in need of additional supports in reading. In third grade, 58% of testers met or exceeded expectations at this time, with at least 9% being likely in need of additional supports in English. Both of those figures do show progress over fall. Overall, in grades K through 3, of the students that were promoted to the oral reading portion of the test, 50% in this winter versus 47% last fall met or exceeded reading accuracy expectations at this time. At least 14% versus 17% in the fall of students may be in need of additional supports in reading. Again, both of these figures show progress over fall. Lastly, next slide. After students read passages aloud and with their reading rates and accuracy scores calculated, they're asked questions to test their comprehension. Not only should a student read fluently, but they should be able to comprehend what they read. Overall, 58% of students testing in the oral reading section of MAP Fluency met or exceeded grade level expectations in literal comprehension. This is slightly down from fall's 64%. Second and third graders that are scoring in the below expectations area are likely in need of additional supports. Kindergarten through third grade performance in early reading is overall improving, and we expect to see similar results in the spring as schools continue to strategically work with their students and our students continue to grow. Next slide. Thank you.
Amazing.
So it was a rather lengthy presentation. I know I did ask board members to write questions down. I don't know if you all would like to provide the questions and then we have answers at our next board meeting during superintendent time. I know what's most important to me is not what the data says, but what we're going to do about it. And that's kind of the information that I'd be looking for. One thing that really truly concerned me is the on-track rates for our students. And that one was a little bit surprising to me, given we've seen a school district, North Chicago, who's had success with their freshman on-track rate. It's actually the highest in the state, and along with Zion, who also saw increases. So for us to see decreases, I would be interested in a comparison as to why we're seeing those. And then only 66% of seniors on track to graduate. I know Dr. Terry was very, very big on graduation. He had what was it, the virtual class, remote classes in order to credit recovery classes in order to help students. So 66% at this time of the year, that seems high to me. And then the other concerns is we continue to see the disparity as it relates to our African American students. So in math, 7% of our African American students in those top two categories versus 14% for our Latinx students in math, and 11% versus 17. So they continue to trail all other demographics. And again, it's a disproportionate success rate. None of it is great, but that is just something that continues to bother me particularly. And so what I would be looking for, unless there are any specific questions tonight that we want them to take, what is most important to me is what are we going to do about the numbers and the data? Go ahead, Ms. Anna.
Okay, and what concerned me, and it's unfortunate that Mr. White maybe can go back to maybe one of the screens. Pick one. It doesn't matter. Pick one. And what concerns me, you can, like yeah, stop. Okay. Well, this is not a good one. Stop. Okay. What bothers me is that the percentages tell one story, and according to what I'm looking at, just pick Whittier, and we're talking about the reading performance of our Spanish students. So in Whittier, we only had 77 students, 56 students, 43 students, 44 students, and 20 students that were tested in Spanish in Whittier as a whole.
Yes.
That's it?
In Spanish. The others tested in English.
Okay, and so that still seems like it's off.
Well, it should be all the dual language students for the most part that they have in the building.
Okay, all the ones that are in the building. Okay, and that's fine. So the numbers, I got confused when I was looking at the numbers were presented for schools total, right? And then like these are totals. So I'm just wondering, and Mr. White, could you go to one with English, please? Yeah. So in English, the numbers, not the percentages, the numbers are the number of students in those schools that were tested.
Yes.
Okay, so and just say Cook, yeah. Cook, 39 students plus 46 plus 62 plus 60 and 49. And what grade level is this?
K through 5.
That's 256.
So we only have 256 thanks to Ms. Wozniak. What did she say? K through 5?
K through 5.
K through 5 students that tested?
That took the English test.
What happened to the rest of them?
test takers and the English test takers together?
Well, there are some students that test in English and some that test in Spanish.
Okay.
So whatever it is that you're assigned to test, that's why it's divided by these are English scores and then these are Spanish
scores. And do
Can you go to the Spanish one, Mr. White?
So we just saw, so Whittier,
Well,
if you
she
take,
was doing,
if you take Whittier, the number that was at Whittier that Ms. Hannah just referenced, and then we look at Whittier and the number that's here, that's the total number of students that tested at the school.
There will be some overlap because remember at certain grade levels for dual language kids, let's say 3rd, 4th, and 5th for the growth test, they may take it in both, if you're dual language, they may take it both in English and in Spanish. So when you add those two numbers together, you likely are not going to, if you're expecting 500 at one school, you may end up seeing 620 because you will, if you add the Spanish and the English together. Because if I'm a dual language student in 4th grade, I will take the reading test in Spanish and in English.
So, okay, that even further confuses me. So, we didn't test all of our students
No, we
in
always
the grades?
we always expect to test all students, but we did have some difficulty in January and December testing students. The window was expected to end in December for a certain amount of time, but because we had students that were still out quarantined for whole classrooms and such, many calls were made to me to say, hey, can we extend the window because I'm expecting this class to come back at a certain time. So our window went all the way through January in order to try and capture everyone.
So these numbers, you did great, and I know it, you always do great in compiling our and analyzing our data, but it always is problematic to me because again, percentages, like we saw one slide, right? And it had one student, and that was represented as 100%. Okay, and I don't think that's a fair picture.
That would be an example of and me not being very clear with it, because I tried to reiterate certain grade levels that are required to test for that, but that we might have certain teachers or that want to have additional information. So that would, if we go back to that, that was probably a math Spanish slide, and you probably had a grade level that was not being taught in Spanish with a couple of students or one student that tested in Spanish.
Right, and then you may have had like 12 students, and they were improved. Okay, and you know, so.
And that will happen when we disaggregate the data. When we break it down to smaller and smaller groups, we'll end up with,
and that's why it's very, very important that that the percentages are presented with actual bodies, the numbers of students.
Different than what yours.
No.
Oh, okay.
This was excellent.
Okay.
You know, and I'm glad that you took the time to do this. I have other questions, but I know President.
No, I mean, if they're gonna be lengthy, that's the thing. I don't want to put them on the spot. I think, and we've talked about this, and the board has told me, is we've now been here since 5:30. They've been here all day. And so are we going to get the best answers, the most clear answers, the information that we can actually use, or is everybody past tired? And so if it is in everybody's interest to continue. Again, as we had a community member, is no one is saying that we don't want to do the work. It's that the work doesn't need to be 8 hours, you know, on a Tuesday night where we have staff that have to be here in the morning. So again, do you?
Well, a bunch of the staff come in at afternoon when they are, when they have meetings like this.
Again, I know some, if that's the case, many do not, because they have jobs before the meeting.
So I got 6 questions. I don't know what everybody else looks like.
Do
I'm
you want to
willing
just
send it.
shoot them? No, you can, I mean, unless, again, for community members that are with us, I want the questions addressed at a future meeting. So if you do want to send them in an email for time, I would like the public to hear it, because I think when we get this data, again, what I'm most concerned about is what are we doing about it? It's not good, and I'm not surprised by any of it, right? But what are we going to do about it?
It's horrible.
So, I mean, that kind of ties into one of the conversations that we could probably have tonight, and this is more of a question for the superintendent, right? Because this is now my 3rd one seeing all this data in this type of way, pre-COVID and during COVID. And what I'm noticing as a trend is our middle of the year data always dips down. It always swoops down, right? So what does that mean about our student behavior or our academic culture? Have you guys looked at that as a huge hole, right? So we come in gung-ho day one, and then we have this, you know, like, I don't feel like it anymore. And then at the end of the year, we're like, oh no, it's about ready to come to the end. And then our procrastination kicks in. I mean, so I'm just trying to understand, what is that behavior telling us?
That's a really good question. And typically you're going to see that in other districts and other schools, that there's a dip in the middle of the year like that, in the winter administration, especially of NWEA. Part of that is because you're taking there's 2 big reasons. One is you're taking the fall administration, and then the amount of time that you have between the fall administration and the spring administration is twice the amount of time that you have between the fall and the winter, right? So you're having more time for students to learn and grow. That's one. The second one has to do with, oftentimes we're seeing that a number of the concepts or skills that students engage with in the middle of year, that they haven't had as much time, or that they haven't been exposed to those skills yet. So they just haven't come up in the curriculum, and those are 2 reasons. But this is something that a trend that we also see in other places as well. We also had fewer numbers of students, which is not as impactful, but we did have fewer numbers of students that also tested. Which is a factor, but again, in all transparency, I believe it was 100 less students. Is that right? It was about 100 less. So than we had from the fall to the winter.
So, in regards to like trying to understand the behaviors of our students, right, through this dip, this constant dip. So you mentioned, right, that it could potentially be that they're not yet exposed to that skill set or piece of it.
Or that they haven't had as much time with the concept or skill.
So, I mean, are we? Is the targets? You know, I'm trying to get with that here, right?
I do.
Without asking that question.
No, and I do, and I think it's about the intent of the NWEA too, because essentially we're aligning what we're doing to the college anchor standards, which is connected to the SAT, which is connected to the IAR, right? So you have NWEA, which is a good dipstick, and it is, you know, it's a test that adjusts for student performance. So the question they're asking is, so we have this data, how are we adjusting? We're not changing the curriculum to align to NWEA. We're adjusting it and mapping it out to align to IAR, right? That is a more robust, it is a more rigorous exam that is aligned to the college anchor standards, which is aligned to SAT. So it's a fully standards-based assessment.
Okay.
Does that
so-
help? Am I
no.
being clear enough? I mean, I kind of said a lot right there, but,
No, I mean, it does kind of help, right? Because
and no one
we're
else is
trying,
here.
you know,
so-
when we're looking at this and thinking about it from outside looking in, I'm thinking, we're supposed to be here. That's what the test tells me, right? I'm testing for it, and that means I'm supposed to be here, right? But that's not what, and so when we look at our curriculum and we haven't exposed them to those skill sets or that piece of it yet, then that means, I'm looking from outside in, right? That means that our curriculum is behind, is what I'm thinking. But that's not the case, because we're not really, we didn't map out our curriculum based off of NWA. We mapped it off of the IR.
Correct. That's what we're working on right now. That's what we've been working on. That's what we've been working on for the past, 2.5 years through the pandemic too. We continue to do that work. And then from the high school side down, one of the things we worked on was making sure that we had the course offering guide that is up to date and that is clear in terms of what are the expectations, and then also trying to provide for more offerings, so that we can offer more students more opportunities, but also increase the rigor of the course offerings.
Okay, thank you. I mean, and just having that conversation. I mean, there's a bunch of them here that I have, and it's a little bit about unpacking what these behaviors look like. Because I was wondering, is it fatigue, right? Especially coming out after COVID. I know that there's this piece of our academic learning that there's like a fatigue at a particular point where we're not used to this anymore. We had a whole 2 years pretty much on remote, and it's different. So I didn't know if that was the case, and so that's why I was trying to understand. But it was pre-COVID, so how do we? And I know you said that other schools are going through this dip, but is there a way that we can no longer go through this dip in the middle of the year?
I think it's if we're using just one assessment to determine how we're growing. That's I've spoke to this before, is that we have to use a portfolio of assessments. I think there are certain pieces that have been brought up by the board president, by Ms. Hannah, by other board members that are undeniable. There is disproportionality present, right?
Yep.
There are other things that we need to examine. But I think that there are a number of factors that are involved for what we have at present. But then if we look at some of the students that are, and I'm sorry, Ms. Hannah, I just want to finish the statement. So if we take second grade, for instance, they were, when we started in this, they weren't even in kindergarten, or they missed part of kindergarten. I mean, we're seeing a lot of different things, so that are impactful to what's happening here. So
I think another point, Eduardo, and I don't know, and some of those skills that are tested at MOY aren't taught till later in the year.
That's what I was saying about the
concept of
sequencing.
it.
Yeah.
So they're getting tested on skills that have not even been taught yet.
And so can't we adjust that, Superintendent?
The assessment is the assessment, right?
No,
And
I'm
so
talking about
the skills.
We do the NWEA. That's our test. We can adjust that test how we need it. We don't have to wait for the state to tell us how to do that. If you all are seeing that the skills are not being tested till the back end after the we should put the skills before.
And I would say some skills build off other skills. So you can't put some skills at the beginning because one skill can connect to the other and you build upon it, right? Just like addition, subtract, you build upon it until you get to other skills.
Right.
And another thing is, we don't want to teach to the test, but the third thing of it all is that this is a dipstick. This is not like, hey, this is just where our kids are now. It's a piece of information so teachers to go back and differentiate and adjust their lessons.
Yeah.
So no, we do not want to do that. We want to maintain this because this just tells us, hey, this is where we're at. Maybe I taught this skill because you can go really in depth with this and look at the skills that I taught already, and I see that some of my class, so maybe I may need to reteach that or incorporate it. So just because some of those skills are not being taught right now and will be tested, that's where we're just saying that's where the differentiation and some of the assessment comes, right?
You're right, and I'm forgetting that this is not the state test.
Right.
It's not the state test,
And that's what-
it is assessment for us. But I think she asked a question, and if you all will, I am not only a sociologist, okay, and I am a social researcher. And I use my research to work effectively with children.
Okay.
What we did not do was we did not lay out our expectations for our children
That's actually what we're doing right now.
coming back into in-person learning. They were out, although it should happen every school year. They were out for 18, 19 months, and we needed to transition them back into school and teach them again how to do school.
So I agree with you wholeheartedly, and
But
actually,
I also disagree, because we cannot say that our principals did not make that transition when I've seen in many buildings that there was a bridge at the beginning of the year from home to school. So I'm not going to take that away from our building principals.
I'm going, the elementary kids, the elementary schools superintendent are good. I'm not talking about them. Because the elementary kid, they're going to do what they have to do anyway.
And
Well,
we
my
we
son
did
goes
use
to
a
middle
research.
school, and there was a
Mine too.
transition at the middle school that he attends. So I'm going to ask the board to refrain. We make a lot of generalizations up
And
there
I'm gonna
as a
keep
board
doing
member.
that. You can't
And
tell
I
me
think
not to do it.
I'm not telling you what to do, Ms. Hannah. Please do continue. But when it comes to the staff in our schools and our perception, it is my job to be the voice for our administrators. And our administrators have made those transitions. So when we say they have not done it, we're lumping 25 people into a category saying they have not done this when there's evidence that they have.
Actually,
So
I'm just lumping two.
So, and that's the issue. Is that
So high school,
But see,
that's it.
and that's the thing. So with that, this is why I said that we should have ended 3 hours, because when we get here, we get testy. So with that, and I'm sorry, Dr. Cesario, if you would like to
I just
close.
want to, just one statement,
Yeah,
and that is that what I agreed with is that it should be research-based. And the approach that we took was research-based. We did transition. We worked very diligently at that. I understand that there are issues that we're facing, but we also have been intentional about addressing those. And we started more than 3 years ago, before the pandemic, with the SEL supports that we provided. And thank you for expressing that, because I think there's a lot of work that goes on behind the scenes. And there were people that were working and in meetings, working on the policy issues from the day, when the day ended, into this meeting. So I think that also needs to be acknowledged as well. Thank you very much.
Great. And Board President, so we're going to submit our questions to the superintendent, and then what next time are you expecting for this to be discussed?
Yeah, I think the expectation is.
So I will let you know at the next at the next board meeting, during superintendent time, I'm just getting mentally drained. We'll be talking about the RFP process, so I don't want to take up too much. That's going to be pretty lengthy, so then we'll come back with it at the following one. But we will get something out in writing to the board, so you'll have something prior to them. We'll just present to the public at that time. So we won't wait to give the board more information. We'll get you something prior to that. But at the next meeting, we will be discussing the goal, the RFP process, how do people apply, what does that look like, et cetera.
Thank you. And so do you have someone that will be also capturing the online questions? There's only one, otherwise I could submit it in writing on their behalf.
Can you please?
Yep.
Thank you.
All right, with that, I would like for a motion to adjourn.
I motion.
Motion by Ms. Gonzalez, second by Mr. McBride. All in favor, aye. Aye. Any opposed, nay. Meeting is adjourned.
Thank you.